us all now settle down on our yoga mats and get ready. Please keep your Panchapatam and Udani ready, a cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. And settle down as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Atitam Gagan Tatam Ekam Sarvadhi Sahitam Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha. Times internally. Please chant.
Om Ha Om Shiv Om Shiva Shivaya Om Ha Janamaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your right hand at the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. And with your left hand, take the udani, the spoon, and pour one udani of water into your right hand. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. Then join all the fingertips together and touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Then close your eyes. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthajam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogiga Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om Apaupasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani out of the way, so we can safely enter into the ritual of yoga. First, let us cover the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. The first component, to manifest Paramashivoham, the realization that you are Paramashiva, which is the goal of Nithyananda Yoga, is by aligning your physical body to Paramashiva through asanas, the physical body postures. The next component is pranayama, where you control the inhalation, retention, and exhalation of the breath in a specific way, controlling the prana flow, aligning it to Paramashiva. Next up is Mudra, the energy circles performed with various different parts of your bodies, usually your hands. As you enter these hand gestures, you align your energy channels and activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain, preventing the prana from seeping out into the space around you, holding it in your system. The next component is bandha, the energy locks, performed by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms within your body. As you forcefully push the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, aligning your internal organs to Paramashiva. The next component is visualization. As you hold the visualization, which is projected on the screen, you manifest the essence of the asana intensely, and you align your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thinking. Now, the next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. Visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular way, cleansing your Vishuddhi chakra, thus activating Vak Shakti, the power of speech. Our Acharya here is going to chant the scriptural references for all the asanas in Sanskrit. Understand that Sanskrit has a phonetic importance. The mere listening of Sanskrit mantras awakens your subtle brain groups and makes you imbibe the intense energy. So listen intensely as our Acharya is chanting the words of Mahadeva himself, providing the high energy space for you to practice yoga. The next component is Karana, the sacred dance postures, as they have been preserved, carved in stone throughout the temples in India. These Karanas are the synchronous movement of your limbs and your other body parts, bringing intense awareness into each part of your body and making your breathing flow subtle but intense, which is the goal of all spiritual exercises, all kriyas, all techniques, to lead you to the deep, subtle breath, which is infusing more and more prana into your system. The next component is abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. Rudraksha beads function like a spiritual battery, holding the spiritual energy intensely and giving it off to your system as you are wearing them. So make sure you have Rudraksha beads on your skin at any given moment in time. The next component is weightlifting. As you incorporate weights into the asana practice, you intensify the asanas and the Kundalini Shakti is being awakened. So keep some mats at the side of your mat. They don't have to be heavy. Just add some extra weight, some extra power into your exercise. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declares that bodybuilding is a spiritual practice. So let's implement weights into our yoga practice. Next up is Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products which can be applied on the skin or ingested, infusing prana into the system. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body. All the female bodies, please apply vibhuti on your forehead. Wear kumkum, and if you have, you can apply jnananja and other various aushadhas as given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. As you visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply and fill your stomach with prana as you visualize a flame rising up your spine. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, which is the root lock, the Mula Bandha, contracting your perineal floor, Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, pulling your stomach in and up and contracting your stomach intensely, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, where you tuck your chin to the chest and internally contract your throat muscles. Now perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas together, and internally chant the Japa Soham while visualizing it rotating around your throat in Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet into Padmasana by bringing the feet onto opposite thighs. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up above your head with the elbows straight. Gaze forward, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ भक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now join the soles of the feet together with the feet extended away from the body. Interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतली सम्पुटठानो पिष्टुपछेदो भूकरल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो.
Keep Mahamudra Bandha engaged as you extend your arms out in the front, cupping them and placing them on the mat in front of your feet as you bring your forehead down behind your heels and gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake in Nagipavasana.
पूरवविधिपर्यागाने नीचौहु वीकहु निफनास्यो लगायि.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Hold your little and ring fingers with your thumbs as you extend your legs forward and up. Keep your knees straight and then cross them into Padmasana. Engage all three bandhas as you place your elbows on the ground and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circular motion, gazing to the nose, engaging all three bandhas and visualizing Swamiji as you change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दक्ष चरण को बार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज.
Next up is Gajrasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and raise your hips up high. Then scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as an elephant.
युज्यं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
From the same position, now press one heel to the mat and lift the other heel up, alternating on both sides again and again as you pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now raise up onto the tips of the big toes if you can. Otherwise, you can just stand on your toes as you keep your hands in front of the chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle, and ring fingers joined together. And pull the stomach in and up as you visualize Swamiji in Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Next up is Ardha Chakrana. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest and raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion, following along with the respective hand again and again on both sides.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Balalingasana. Now, interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Pull one knee up towards your chest and encircle it with your hands. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks with both hands. Stand straight and engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now, hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick the leg back and up as you lean forward. Extend your front arm with your hand in Bindu Mudra, index finger and thumb together, as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat the Balalingasana on the other side.
एकं चानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in Padapittanasana on the other side.
स्थित्वा एकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Next step is Natarajasana. Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside and kick the leg back and up as you lean forward with your hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Richta Karana. Now stand in Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent, and then step one foot behind the other and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Lift your hand in front of the nose and cross your ankles and repeat the movement. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Dance without any movement, any patterns. Just move your entire body. There is no muscles, no fibers in your body, only bones. Next up is Katichina Karana. From Arimandi position, cross your arms above your head, palms facing back. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms, cross them back in the center. Repeat the movement again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now raise your arms up above your head. Keep your palms facing each other. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a palm tree.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नीपति प्रिया.
We move on to Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground and bring your head towards the knees as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन.
Now place your hands on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into a plank position. Then tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in Tadakshasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्.
Now lay down flat on your stomach. Keep your hands at the side by the shoulders. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra as you raise your head and chest off the ground by the strength of your lower back. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Next up is Shashasana. Now, push your body up into a plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. From the same position, now step one foot in between the two hands. Jump the front foot back as you simultaneously jump the other foot to the front. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now rise up, keep the front foot pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways as you bend your front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up above your head, pull your stomach in and up, make sure your hips are facing forward as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet, raise your arms up, and repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh and join your hands in Anjali Mudra, raising them up above your head. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षपद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana. Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite thigh. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now repeat as you put at the inner opposite thigh, arms raised above your head and engaging Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana on the other side. Bring the raised foot onto the opposite thigh. Your hands join together in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back with the back toes facing sideways. Join your hands in. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground as you lean forward and down, placing your hand by the foot, raising the other hand up towards the sky. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now step the other foot back, extend your arms, lean forward and down, raise your arm up, gaze up towards your arm as you visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up, step your feet together and keep your heels touching, the knees bend, toes pointing to the side in Adimandi. As you raise one heel off the ground, bring your hands to the chest, palms facing each other, Now stomp the raised heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again in Nikotaka Karana. Next up is Angushtasana. Now lower yourself down and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together, hands joined in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and buzz like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, internally chanting the new japa Sadashivoham.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तं मदो भूमोऽपि निन्यसेत् कराभ्यां सदरां त्वा ऊर्वशीशपनिवहि.
Next up is Saurasana, as you, from the same position, extend one leg forward with the heel down, toes pointing up. Keep your hands at the side in Vara Mudra, palms facing forward with the fingertips just touching the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep buzzing like a bee in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
We move on to Vidunanasana as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes, the front big toe in Prana Mudra, holding the back heel with the other hand. Balance in this posture as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण दूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Next up is Saurasana. Now repeat Saurasana by extending the other leg forward, palms facing forward, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toe and the back heel, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
The next asana is Brahmajalankushasana. Now raise yourself up, sitting on the raised heels. Separate your knees as you place your hands on top, palms facing up. Gaze through the gap between the knees. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize Swamiji in Brahmajalankushasana.
दो पनापानी होए वैसे एडी गोडुरानी वैसे कुर्पक तल्यांकी माहिली आयस माहिरा से मिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground. Keep your hands on your thighs. Pull your stomach in and up. And gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभे पगतली समतः रावे कोरुमा हिले उबे मिलावे पनापानी उकड़ होए वैसे एडी दो जोनी निवैसे.
We move on to Patragudakasana. Now maintain the posture, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye, the Bandha to the Mula Bandha, and your visualization to Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुट करे कोरुवारिली ऐसे करे कोरुमिलाई पगर वैसे जंगा चाटे अग्र निवैसे.
We move on to Suryasana. Now join the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the mat. Join your thumbs and little fingers as you open up your palms, resembling a lotus flower, raising your arms up above your head and pulling your stomach in and up in Suryasana.
एडी दो उगड़ातनी अने पनापानी बैठक पुनी डाने.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now sit with your feet flat and place your hands on the knees as you press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. Now bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth as you visualize yourself as a frog Perform Uddiyana Bandha.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्वेकवदुक्तानम् एतदुक्तानमण्डुकम्.
Next up is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your heels. Place your hands flat on the knees. Stick your tongue out and gaze to the tip of your nose as you exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as a fierce lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणेन दक्षिणे तदेतरं हस्तं चाप्य स्वां च.
Next up is Kakabhushan Asana. Let you interlock them behind your back. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे वेदक उकटठाने दो भू हाथ पगौवी च आने.
We move on to Kanipavasana. Now, place your feet flat and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits as you lean your legs as you visualize be in Brahmari Pambaka.
होई तो
Asana is Kapali Asana. From this posture, now place your head and lift your legs up high. This is the first inverted posture. Neck injuries. Please see inverted posture. Please consult your doctor.
मिलवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now place your hands flat and twist your body to one side, aligning the knee and the hip with your elbows. As you lean forward, lift your body off the ground. Balance on your arms as you extend your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मयूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मयूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhajagannathasana. Now place your hands flat, step your feet back, and then step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Push your hips forward. Lock the perineum. Gaze up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Step the front foot back and bring the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava and Bhajagannathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Next is Unmukha Pitasana. Now step the foot back and place your forearms on the ground. Raise your hips. Try to bring your feet flat on the mat. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदमवामुखम्.
Now rise back up onto your hands and rotate your torso to lift one arm up towards the sky. Balance on one arm. Keep your core engaged, the body completely straight, neither slouch nor bulge, as you gaze up along the arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकम्.
Now rotate your body to the opposite direction. Lift your arm up. Repeat Vashishtasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहरमत्स्यकम्.
Now jump your feet forward. Come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman, locking Jalandhara Bandha and internally chanting Mahasadashivoham in Anjaneyasana.
दोबू कर की उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your head as low as you can, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानु परिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
From the same position, interlock your fingers around your neck in Parashu Mudra. As you lean forward and down, bring your head in between the knees, elbows outside the knees, and visualize Kali in Ugrasana as you engage all the bandhas.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोऽन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Next up is Marichyasana. Now step one foot in towards the perineum and bring your arm in and around the raised knee, interlocking your fingers behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi as you breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath again and again.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel against the perineum and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Bring the other knee up. Interlock your fingers behind your back and bring your head to the knee as you visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Drop the raised knee down, hold onto the front foot, and lean down as low as you can as you engage Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
We move on to Bhadrasana 2. Now join the soles of your feet together in front of your perineum with the heels close. Interlock your fingers around the toes as you push your knees to the mat by the strength of your groin. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Bhadrasana 2.
उल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Next up is Dvalipavasana. Now keep your hands on the knees and extend your feet away from the body. Gaze to your nose as you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वचर्पण चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधिजो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now bring the heels back in towards the perineum and hold onto the soles of the feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti as you place your chin on the toes in Joni Asana.
दो भूपकदली शुंबुट करे एड़ी मेडके ढिंगदरे अर्धहात को अंतरराशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे.
Now extend your feet away from the body, your arms stretched out at the side as you place your palms and your forehead on the ground, forehead just behind the heels. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Midakipavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring your feet back in towards your perineum with the heels separated, toes touching, and bring your arms underneath the shins, palms facing up. Place your forehead on the ground in front of the feet. Make your toes touch your throat as you Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दोहू भगतली संपट करे सोले मेढ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinakipavasana. Now, bring the heels together and the toes apart as you hold your feet firmly and open up the soles of your feet so they are pointing up towards the sky. Gaze to your nose as you press your elbows on your thighs and visualize Swamiji in Chinakipavasana.
दोहू बका की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
Next up is Charapada Chokasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together completely and place your hands on the respective knees, pushing the knees down to the ground as your heels are touching your perineum. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोहू भगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे.
Next up is Bhairavasana. With the soles of the feet together, rotate your feet so the heels are raised off the ground and the toes are down on the mat. Then push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you gaze to your third eye, pull your stomach in and up intensely and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Now bring one heel against the perineum and lift the other foot up against the chest so the sole of the foot is against your chest with both hands. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now bring the leg over top of your shoulder. Keep your hands at the side for balance and extend the opposite leg forward and up. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji, lock your perineum and merge the Apana with your prana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपयेत् ततः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum. Lift the sole of the foot against your chest as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now in Apanasana, bring the leg over top of your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward with the hands by the side for balance. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपयेत् ततः.
The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees and bring your heels to the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow as you start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth with your tongue and hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Exhale again through the nose as you internally chant Om Nithyananda in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Maintain the same position. Pull your stomach in and up. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताकि ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Gaze to the nose as you place it on the ground. Lean as low as you can. Try to touch the nose to the ground. in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरीड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana too. Now bring the left foot against your perineum and the right foot flat, knee raised, hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरीड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel and interlock your fingers around the neck, twisting the elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana.
पिष्ठिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now bring the left foot on top of the right thigh and keep the right knee raised. Hold on to the big toe of the right foot with the right hand in Prana Mudra and hold onto the shin with the left hand. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana, the cow face posture on the other side. Slide your knees over top of each other. Keep the heels outside the hips as you place your hands on the top knee. Gaze to your nose. Visualize the face of a cow as the name of the asana indicates. And don't forget to breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, hissing through your teeth on the inhalation.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now repeat Anasuyasana. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose. Try to touch your nose to the ground if you can as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरीड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2 on the other side. Now place the left foot flat and the right heel against the perineum. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबोपगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वारिणी चैदे.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck. Twist the elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana.
पिष्ठिज वाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and hold on to the left big toe with the left hand in Prana Mudra and with the right hand hold on to the shin as you gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Next up is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and keep the opposite knee raised with the foot flat. Place one hand on the ground behind you as you rotate the opposite knee around the raised knee. Hold your hand by the neck and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Next up is Kubasana. Now extend the front arm down towards the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra if you can. As you place the other hand on the back ear, gaze back and up to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsendrasana 2. Now, place the hand from your ear down to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now, exchange the position of your feet. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. As you twist your body around the raised knee, one hand on the ground behind you, one hand by the neck. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsendranath and Matsendrasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Now extend the front arm down to the foot and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now extend the hand down on the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Sage Matsendranath in Matsendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place one foot, place the raised knee, place your feet onto opposite thighs, and keep your hands on top of the knees as you gaze to your nose. Engage all Tribandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Hiss through your teeth as you press your tongue against the back of the teeth. On every inhalation, exhale through your nose. Engage all Tribandhas and internally chant Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Padmasana 2. Now maintain the sitting posture but cross your arms in front. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Now bring your hands in between the legs and lift your body off the ground, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं संस्थाप्य नान्वोरौरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Kiki Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground in front of your body and place your navel on the elbows as you lean forward, find balance, and then lift your knees off the ground behind you. Balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
Next up is Mayurasana. Now, from the kneeling posture, extend your legs straight as you balance on your navel, balance on your elbows, and lift your legs off the mat as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now, lay down on your stomach, Keep your toes pointing outside with the heels on the ground. Interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासिषेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
Next up is Shalabhasana. Now place your hands next to the shoulders and lift your legs off the mat. Visualize yourself as a locust.
अध्यासिषेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमौष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Breathe calmly through your nose as you hold onto your feet and pull the heels down towards the ground outside of the hips, visualizing yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासिषेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. Now kick your legs back and up as you raise your head and chest off the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye. Lift your chin and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपगौरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Come to a kneeling position. Sit in between the feet. Bring the heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगदे करे एक ऐसे.
We are now going to enter another inverted posture. So set yourself up in front of a wall if you need the support. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. As you place your head on the mat, supported with your hands interlocked in Padusha Mudra. As you raise your hips, walk your feet forward and lift your legs off the ground, and then pull your knees in towards your chest, squeezing your body into a ball. Try to touch your chin with your knees if you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Gohyasana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Next up is Bodhyasana. Now sit with your legs extended forward and get ready for a sequence of intense ab exercise and rapid exhalations. For the next few asanas, we are going to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is exhaling from your navel, where you just contract your abdomen again and again, not inhaling, only exhaling. The air will naturally return back into your lungs, don't worry. Hold your calves and extend your legs forward and up. Try to bring them as vertical as possible. As you visualize Swamiji in Bodhyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now bring your hands behind your back. Extend your legs forward and up as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Parikhasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Extend your arms forward parallel to the ground and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now raise your feet against your chest. Scoop your hands below the feet. Pull them close. Try to touch the soles of the feet against your chest. Breathe rapidly in Bhastrika Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana.
पगदले संपूर्ण करी हाथस्य उपग ऊंचाई.
Relax. You can breathe calmly now. Place your feet flat with the knees raised. Lay down on your back. Keep the hands flat on the ground behind your heels and push your hips up high. Contract the perineal floor. Lock your throat as you breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka. Push the air against your throat block. Intensely force the Kundalini Shakti up in the higher energy centers, leading to a state of swooning in the yogi. In Mudra Kumbhaka, gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवेत्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands by the side of your hips, palms facing up. Intensely pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine. In Shakti Chala Mudra, forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti all the way up to the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head, as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and your toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and your legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock it from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. You completed the Paramashivoham Krama, the 108 asana sequence. This is the first segment of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Let's get ready for the next 100 asanas.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, now let us move on with the next asana of the sequence, Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale into your stomach and hold your breath. As you visualize fire raising up your spine.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Inhale and exhale as deep as you can. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुः सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring your left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now, shift your gaze up towards your third eye. As you keep your eyes wide open, unblinking, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Now shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Keep your eyes wide open as you engage Orthi Bandha's Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhyasana.
वामपादके इडीजानो सेवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now, maintain your legs in the same position. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Maintain the posture, gaze to your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature in Santadunasana.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीटे.
Now, bring your hands in front of the navel, one palm cupped over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसाद्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, maintain your legs in the same position and set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close all your senses with your hands, your mouth with the little and ring fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, eyes with your index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze forward and embody the state and space of bravery, Vira, in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्य वरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Valmikasana. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
दावापगी पगथली पुनियेडी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now gaze to the tip of your nose, keep your hands flat on the knees, and visualize the Yoni Mandala projected on the screen, representing Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपादगी पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Eyes wide open. Visualize Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet with the heels close to the perineum. Push your knees down to the mat as you hold onto the feet. Gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up, and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Agrodasana. Now place your left hand on the left knee.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Agorasana. Now place your left hand on the left knee. As you keep the soles of the feet together, heel against the perineum, and cover your mouth with your right hand. Close the left nostril, inhale through the right. Then close both nostrils and hold your breath. Then exhale through the left. Invert the breathing flow, inhale again through the left in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra, lead it along the nasal tract if you can. Otherwise, just roll your tongue up backwards. Feel the stretch. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका चोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now bring the heels apart and the toes together as you rest your elbows on the heels of your feet. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. As you exhale as deep as you can and hold your breath at the end of every breathing cycle. As you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली बाबा आसन कख्यो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. With your knees raised, bring your arms underneath the shins. Interlock your fingers in Parashva Mudra as you lift your feet off the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च यत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Lower your feet down, interlock your fingers around the toes, pull your feet up against your chest and rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि भगा का अंगूठा कंठक ऊपर आशे.
We move on to Udarasana. Now bring your hands below the feet again, interlock the fingers around the toes and pull the feet up against your chest as you rest your chin on the soles of the feet. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Udarasana.
दोवो पगतले संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करियुरद हिताने.
We move on to Bishishtasana. Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवो पगतले जोड़े संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. Now, one by one, lift your feet over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows up to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनं विहोच्यते.
With your legs over top of your shoulders, now bend your elbows downwards to interlock them behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over top of the left Keep your hands on opposite knees as you gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan. As you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left foot outside the hip. Sit on the ground with your heels by the side of the hips. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up. Place your hands on the top knee as you visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यं नीम्.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot on top of the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back and reach for the opposite thighs with your hands. Once you catch a hold, twist your spine actively. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्गभरदचिनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Untwist your spine, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गभरदचिनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे आने.
Rise up. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Sankatasana on the other side. Now place the top of the right foot flat on the mat and sit on the right heel. Stack the other knee over top. Place your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip and sit on the ground. As you place your hands on the top knee, pull your stomach in and up and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यं नीम्.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring your right arm behind your back. Twist your spine as you hold onto your thighs. Gaze up in Vaishnavi Mudra and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गभरदचिनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे आने.
Untwist your spine, hold on to the feet and place your forehead on the ground as you lean forward. Bring your navel to your heels. Keep your spine as straight as you can. Push from the hip as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana 2.
वामजङ्गभरदचिनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे आने.
Rise back up. Interlock your fingers and place your hands on the top knee as you visualize your Guru, Swamiji, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat. Keep your knees raised. Cross your arms, hold on to opposite knees and pull them against your chest. As you press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth or even higher up along the nasal tract if you can, in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Parshasana.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and place your chin on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize residing in an abode of bliss.
दोवुपगतली भूपरिधरे कोरुमाहिलिये सेकरे.
Now bring your hands underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Press your tongue up, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth on in and exhalation in Kurakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे घोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now bring the right ankle over top of the left knee, the left ankle, with the toes pointing up. Keep holding onto the elbows, gaze to your nose, and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूल द्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
Now extend your legs and raise your arms up above your head. Interlock your fingers and keep the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Lock the perineal floor, pull your stomach in and up, and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now lean forward and down. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji, breathe. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly. Perform Nadi Shodhana, cleansing your nadis without the support of your fingers in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside as you lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of your feet. Keep the feet away from your body. Bring your hands underneath the legs, palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and rest your face on your heels as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you lean forward and down, bring one leg behind your neck. Keep the opposite leg extended forward. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पश्चिमदानवत्सर्जनं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana. As you keep the leg behind your neck, lean back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand, and extend the opposite leg forward, visualizing that you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Holding onto the foot now, roll onto the side of the hand which is holding the foot. Gaze to the tip of your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drushasana. As you lay on your back, now pull your knees against your chest and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, which is focusing that the prana is flowing upwards within your body through 9 points. These points are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmaranda, the crown of your head. Visualize the prana flowing upwards in golden light as you visualize Swamiji in Drushasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयपष्टम्भ जङ्घासहितौ रुनिकरद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, and hold on to the front foot with both hands, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमदानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back. Hold onto the foot behind your neck with the opposite hand as you gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायिग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. As you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायिग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you now lay on your back, one by one, pull your feet behind your neck. Then interlock your fingers around your lower back. If you cannot bring your legs behind your neck, you can lift them over your shoulders or pull them closer towards your chest to open up your hips. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still breathing in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atma-Ramasana. With your legs over your shoulders, raise your arms up and interlock them around your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now pull your knees towards your chest, the soles of the feet pointing up, and extend your arms out to the side of your body at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ सीधा सा करे तेन सोबे सपा करे.
We move on to Jatara Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. Now lay on your back, pull your knees against your chest, and extend your arms out to the side. From this neutral position, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg straight down. Then bend both knees to the side. Then extend both legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Visualize Swamiji perform the Mulavanda, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Return to the neutral position and then repeat the 3 steps on the other side. Drop the knee down. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipada. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and hold onto your ankles. As you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you raise your hips up high. Lock your throat in Murcha Kumbhaka in Dvipada.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Point the fingers towards your feet as you lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips as high as you can. Walk your feet and hands closer together and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं मस्तदलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Lower your body down onto your back as you pull your knees to the chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
सवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back with your hands at the side of your hips, straighten your legs up, point the toes to the sky, and move your legs in a circular motion, visualizing Swamiji breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनगे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too, as your digestive fire, the Jataragni, increases.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्नि विवर्धनी.
Next up is Langalasana. Now drop the feet down over top of your head with the toes touching the mat. Interlock your fingers in Padashru Mudra behind your back. Push your hands into the ground as you visualize yourself as a plow.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
Now reach for your feet over top of your head as you keep your legs straight, toes on the ground, and visualize Paramashiva, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you hold onto the feet, bring your hips over the shoulder level and separate the feet wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Join the feet back together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now raise your legs up straight, hold onto the big toes. Keep your legs vertical and then separate them wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
From Supta Parangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana and lay down flat on your back. Bring the knees to the ground and your hands over top of your head, holding on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you maintain this posture, place the right hand over top of the left with the palms facing up over top of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now, with your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and your hips up high. Support your lower back with your hands. As you gaze to your nose, lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bear your body weight on the elbows resting on the ground.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Lower your body down and keep one foot on top of the opposite thigh as you pull the opposite leg up towards your chest. Extend your arms up above your head, hook your fingers forward, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishtikasana.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Just exchange the position of your feet.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीशिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabhalakshripasana. Now interlock your fingers around your neck and extend your legs straight as you lift them off the ground and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Next up is Madhotanasana. As you place your hands next to your body, lift your knees up and touch your ears with the respective knees again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back and kick your legs over, roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, finally ending in a prone position on your stomach in Lutasana.
निर्जं शयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Saratasana. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. As you contract your lips, make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation, visualizing yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भद्रष्टाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Dehal Yolanganasana. Now push your body into a plank position and jump your feet back and forth in between the two hands, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind in Dehal Yolanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Now from a standing position, lean forward and down and hold onto the toes from the front. Place your hands flat on the mat and then walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Raise your arms up to the shoulder level and rotate them around your body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarapasana. As you stand on the mat, tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and keep your arms close to the body as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold on to the toes. Keep your hands and fists as you visualize yourself as a camel and walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकृष्टिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, hold the toes from the side as you walk around on the mat like a horse, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
Next up is Kapota Nithakasana. As you stand with the heels together, interlock your fingers behind your back and pull your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Tilt your head back. Breathe calmly through your nose. Let yourself sink deeper and deeper as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nithakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोजङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतिनिटकं भवति
Next up is Talapushpaputam Karana. Now, stand in Arimandi with your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Bow down to one side, raise the respective heel and open up your palms again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. We move on to Khadgasana. Now, stand on the mat, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Lay down on your stomach, and then jump your feet back up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, slightly extended away from the body, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights as you sit down and stand back up again and again. You can go as low as you can, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to your nose.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यं स्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump continuously as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नजेत्
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now lift one foot against your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the other leg alternating on both sides as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing to the side and raise the other knee against your chest, encircling the raised knee with her arm, with the hands in a fist, the other hand on the respective inner thigh. Moving on to Dandavasana. Now hold weights and visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you extend your arms and one leg forward, the left leg. Sit down and stand back up on one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot against your inner respective thigh with the heel against the perineum. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्
Now bring the raised knee over and around the right leg. Tuck the toes behind the calf. Bring the left arm below the right. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh, with your hands relaxed by the side, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ekapadasana as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the polar star posture. Now hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra and extend the left leg out to the side, rotating quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Next up is Trivikramasana. From a standing position, bring one leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down, and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पदं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with your arm. Keep the hand in a fist, the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana. Extend your arms and the right leg. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the right foot towards the inner left thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the right leg over and around the left. Tuck the right toes behind as you bring the right arm below the left arm. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्कारुणमेव च.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands by the side as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the pole star posture. Hold on to the picture of the right foot. Extend the right leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the leg behind the neck. Stand tall. Sit down and stand back up.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Bring the heels together, toes pointing outwards. Hands by the side of your body, slightly extended away. Fingers pointing one by one. Breathe deeply and relax after this intense series of asanas as we get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your arms from the outside in between the legs, interlocking the fingers in front of your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you start breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale as deep as you can, then hold the breath and move the prana within your body along with the attention. Lead it upwards, downwards, through your limbs. Master the control over your own prana.
प्रथम हि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे
Next up is Kanji Asana. From a squatting position now, interlock your fingers behind your lower back. Visualize Swamiji. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now bring the heels together, close to your perineum, and interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava a lot of time.
दो बगा की धैर्या की माहिली कौर मिलाजी
Next up is Varahasana. From a squatting position, separate your toes and join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your neck, so the fingers are pointing down to the ground. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पाकथली की माहिली कौर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Next up is Prapitasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Prapitasana.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञान प्रदेश आनीज
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits and lean forward. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम निमवष्टभ्य
Next up is Ushtanga Kapali Asana. With your hands on the ground, place your head on the mat as well. Raise your hips and lift your legs up as you cross them into Padmasana. Then gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Move the prana throughout your body in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई
Come to a kneeling posture and bring your heels outside the hips, toes touching behind your back, hands on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize that you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. We're going to enter another inverted posture, so set yourself up in front of a wall. Place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your legs up into a handstand. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify the 7 chakras. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground, breathe calmly through your nose.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the inverted posture, now gaze to the third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back into Tarakshvasana, the plank position, as you lower your body down towards your chest and raise back up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं गोत्पर पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य
Next up is Sarapasana too. Now keep your hands on the hips and lift your chest from left to right. Move and visualize yourself as a snake in Sarapasana too.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Join your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra. As you rest your chin on your hands, feel yourself supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयासुदीः मुखं नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनम्
Next up is Chaturasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and bend your knees. Lift your feet up And then straighten your arms to bring your upper back towards your feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chaturasana.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now, sit on your heels with the feet flat, extend your arms out in front and lean down to keep your hands and your forehead on the mat. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. As you place your hands flat, raise your hips up high, and alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now, place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up into a handstand as you lower your face down towards the mat. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Come to a kneeling posture and hold on to the big toes as you pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on your knees. Gaze through your nose and visualize yourself sitting with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Dhanantarasana.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फना शरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front of your body and move them up, down, left, right in all directions. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you then repeat the movement behind your back, breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama in the Angamotanam.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side. Then visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back as you keep your hands on the knees.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, the knees separated, bring the front of your buttocks on the ground, holding on to your ankles with your hands. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. As you place your hands underneath the knees, pull your stomach in and up, and push your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth as you visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलया कृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands on the mat in front of you, thumbs touching. Gaze at the nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Lord Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Lord Vishnu in Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Vishtakasana. Now sit on the raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. As you bring the thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth, inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi in Vishtakasana.
दो बगा की एडी जोजी घोड़ा फनवान पुनि होई.
Next up is Makadasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels as you raise your elbows and bring your fingers towards your armpits, imitating as if you are a monkey stretching itself. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, the heels raised, knees separated, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होय बैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी बैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. As you cross your feet, sit on your heels with the knees flat on the ground and place your hands on the side of your body on the mat. Gaze to the nose. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. As you keep your feet crossed and sit on the heels, place your hands on the knees, and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle, visualizing yourself having a turtle body, stably living for hundreds of years as you gaze to the nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्भौ जवृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now relax your upper back and neck. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Bring the toes close to the opposite knees as you hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो वो होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now bring the top of your feet flat on the mat. Hold onto your heels and lean back. Push your hips forward, tilt your head down, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाट्य सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Lean back even further, place your elbows on the mat and then the back of your head as well. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दोवो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिधरे.
Now lay down on your back and raise back up again and again. Gazing to the nose, visualizing healing and liberation of your causal body. You can use the support of your hands if needed.
जङ्घापृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. From this kneeling position, lean back and bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Place your forearms on the ground. Reach for your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. As you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाट्य सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Now rise up and stand on your knees. Tuck your toes behind you and hold on to opposite arms as you gaze to your nose in Varasana, the boon-fulfilling posture. Visualize Paramashiva and receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जाननि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit down on the raised heels and lean forward, placing your forearms on the ground, your head placed on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana, another inverted posture. You can set yourself up in front of a wall. Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, support your head with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward and lift your legs off the ground, straightening the legs up to the sky. As you gaze to your nose, breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. From a kneeling position, with the feet flat, sitting on the heels, separate your knees and lean forward and down, placing your head in between the knees. Hold your head with your hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and exhale through your mouth in this asana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम भगदली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. As you lay on your stomach, extend your arms out in front of you. Hold on to weights as you lift your arms off the ground. Lift your chest and your legs off the ground as well and visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands next to your hips and place your forehead on the ground. As you lift your legs up, keep your chest on the mat and visualize a skull, which is representing the purified mind with a strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
We move on to Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, with your hands by the sides, lift your hips and bend your knees to place your feet on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove as you breathe through your nose.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next up is Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, now lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the mat. Bring your navel onto your thighs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Sit on the right heel with the left foot outside the hip, the toes pointing to the side, hands on the ground in front of the knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. Don't focus on anything external. Just gaze into the space as you visualize yourself as a bull. Breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully. Hold your breath for a short while and then again exhale through your nose in Vrishasana, the bull posture.
यामगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now place the right foot underneath the left and lift your entire body off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you balance on your arms.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Sit on the left heel with the right foot outside the hip. Visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the right foot flat and tuck the toes of the left foot as you sit on the left heel. Keep your hands on the respective knees and visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and squat down. Bring your hands from the inside out around the calves, holding on to the ankles of the feet from the outside. Now visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the raised right heel as you keep the left knee against your chest, hands on the knees, and visualize Balagunahaya.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both the feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep your hands on the knees, holding on to weights if you have weights available, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Don't forget to breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka in Utkatasana.
युजास्पिजोस्तीयत ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground in front of you and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight, gaze through your nose and visualize that you are able to live off of air alone.
दो वो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभि लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now rise up, place the back of your hands on the mat in front of you and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodanasana. Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up. Let them fall back down again and again. Breathe through your nose and visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. As you place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up and dance as you move your legs around on standing on two hands. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one hand on the mat with your arms straight, the other hand on the respective ear. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Kunjarasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now squat down. Hold on to the ankles of your feet as you lift your feet off the ground. Balance on your heels as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. As you keep your feet flat, hold on to opposite knees with your hands, pour them close to your chest and visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सुस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakorasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, extend the opposite leg forward. Place your hands at the side of your body and lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Keep one leg extended and as if you're pulling a bowstring back, pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring one leg over top of your shoulder and hook the other foot over top of the opposite foot. As you extend your legs out to the side, lean forward and balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now keep one foot flat and place the other foot onto the opposite thigh. Bring the respective shoulder underneath the raised knee and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Padshamatsindasana. Now bring the foot to the outside of the hip and place the other foot over top of the opposite knee. Twist your elbow outside the raised knee. Bring the arm below to interlock your fingers around the back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Sage Matsindana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward and up. As you lift your body off the ground, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes and hold the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Balance on your arms with your legs extended out to the side. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्बरिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now repeat Pranasana. Raise the opposite knee and place the other foot over top. Bring the shoulder underneath, hands flat as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself being able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Next up is Paramashivoham on the other side. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the other foot over top of the knee and bring your arm below to interlock your fingers behind your back.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum, extend the right leg forward, lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face, holding onto the foot with both hands. Keep the knees straight and visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now bring the right foot against the perineum and extend the left leg forward. Lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानुर्घोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Now bring the right foot outside the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane in the crane posture, Crown Shasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now bring your legs into a cross-leg position with the feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on your knees as you gaze to the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity while visualizing a swastika and swastikasana.
जानुर्घोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीनः स्वस्तिकं तत् प्रचक्षते.
Now maintain your legs in the same position, but cover your heels with your hands. Gaze to your nose as you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्घोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now place the left foot against the perineum and the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord. Meditate on the avatar as you inhale deeply and then enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your lips with your ring fingers, your nostrils, lips with the little fingers, nostrils with the ring fingers, and eyes with middle and index fingers as you close your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वं गुदौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet onto opposite knees. Keep your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing up, the back of your hands resting on the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Kakachanchakumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through your nose in Kakachanchakumbhaka.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now, rotate your hands at the side of your body. Place your palms down. Push them into the mat as you lift your entire body off the ground and balance. Visualize yourself as a rooster, still breathing through your mouth in Kakachanchakumbhaka.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your hands through the legs and place your palms on the ground. Now, don't lift your body up, stay seated on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. As you push your hands into the mat, lift your body off the ground, pull your knees up towards your shoulders. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, raise your hips up high, push your hands through the legs and interlock them behind your back. Place your hands on the ground and your forehead on the mat as well, as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bone.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Now sit back up, lift your knees up, bring your hands through the gap between the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows to bring your hands on the respective shoulders, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग प्रदर्शन पावा दाई जंग परिबाई ल्यावा.
From Kurmasana 2, now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bhedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Next up is Uttana Kurmasana. As you roll onto your back, keep holding onto the shoulders, gaze to the nose, and embody a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Now kick yourself back up into Padmasana as you bring your hands through the legs and place one palm on the ground, holding its wrist with the other hand, lifting your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, lift your body up, repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlock your fingers, resting your chin on the knuckles. Press your thumbs against your throat and visualize that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाछाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now bring your hands over top of each other, palms facing up, and rest them in your lap. Gaze to your nose as you perform all three wonders and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now keep your hands on top of the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the index and middle finger around the big toe with the right hand as you move the big toe around and round as if you're pulling a bowstring. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and then move the other big toe around as well in Karmakasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्
The next asana is Karmakasana 3. Now, cross your arms behind your back as you keep your legs in Padmasana and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेच्छुखम्
Keep holding onto the big toes as you raise your chest, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः
Next up is Nagarasana. As you maintain the hold on your big toes, roll onto your back. Keep your legs flat, your arms crossed behind. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagarasana.
प्रथम करे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरि पाछे.
Next up is Kandukasana. You can now free your arms and legs and pull your knees towards your chest as you lay on your back. Encircle your legs with your hands in Padmasana Mudra. Hold your knees to the chin. Raise your head and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now place your feet flat, the knees raised, and interlock your fingers around the neck. As you breathe calmly through your nose, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your hands underneath the heels with the palms facing up. Step on your fingers as you push your hips up high. Lock the perineum and lock your chin to the chest as you push the air against your throat lock in Mocha Kumbhaka. Forcefully push the prana upwards within your body to the higher energy centers as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back for support and then straighten your legs, point the toes, rest your entire body on your elbows as you gaze to the nose. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now raise your legs up above your body and then place your arms flat on the ground for support. Point your toes up towards the sky as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Next up is Tiryanakasana. As you bring your hands to the lower back for support, lower your legs down, angle them so you engage your core intensely. Slowly lower your legs as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now straighten your body back up. Place your hands on the mat for support. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down onto your back. Keep your hands by the side of your body, palms facing up, and intensely pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine as you unclutch from all movements of your body and your mind. Be completely still in Mritasana as you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Move your fingers and toes, pull your knees up, and squeeze your body into a ball, rocking your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. You completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of today's Nithyananda yoga session. Thank you all so much for joining and participating in this yoga segment. Let's get ready for another day of powerful revelations in glimpses of Paramashivoham. We are going to enter into the Jnana segment directly today, so stay tuned, have some water, and maybe something small to eat like a fruit to get ready as we conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session with the Purna mantra. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart and chant along.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda, and welcome. I welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants once again to the Power Manifestation session now. Now, in this session, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye reading. Now, we have just completed the 308 intense Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the sequence of 308 asanas, the various pranayamas, asanas, mudras, and bandhas, and all of the 12 components together have intensely awakened our third eyes. And now, from this space, we have the beautiful opportunity to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So let us now enter the first round of the power manifestation. Before that, I request all the participants to bring your eye bands and be seated in a comfortable position with a paper and pen. And in the meantime, let me share with you the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the scriptural reference for the power of third eye reading. For all the powers, the scriptural reference has been taken and given to us by Swamiji to authenticate Pramana, which explains to us the science of manifesting the power of third eye reading. If we see in the Shastra Pramana, Paramashiva beautifully gives us the technique to manifest the power of third eye reading. It's very simple, and I request everyone to be in the space of listening as I share this technique now. If we see Paramashiva in the first few lines says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. So, what does Paramashiva mean by that? He means sitting stably without any movement, means having no restlessness in our body, sitting stably with the mind, with the inner space focused on the with our consciousness focused on the inner space within the crown center, meaning the space in the crown center, which is the third eye. So we'll be visualizing Swamiji there. Why? Because Paramashiva says the crown center is the seat of the Guru, the Sahasrara Chakra. So when we bring our awareness to the Sahasrara Chakra, which also is in alignment with the third eye, then from that space of oneness which happens, everything, any place or object will be revealed to us. So now let's enter the first round of the manifestation. I request all the participants to please be seated and close your eyes. Close your eyes now. Place the eye band on your third eye, on your eyes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Slowly, very slowly, Please relax. And now let's take a minute to write down what were the revelations that we had during this round of the manifestation. All the words, colors, shapes, anything that you saw. Perfectly fine, you can share it now in the Zoom or YouTube comments. There are some important thing I want to share now is that when we manifest the power of third eye reading, the revelation, when we start to share our revelation, it is at that time we actually bring the trust on our third eye. Because if we see that when we have a revelation inside, at that time what happens is if we don't share it out, we're like, okay, fine, I thought of these two things and I'm going to keep and see, let's see what happens. It's that kind of a approach that we have on the revelations that we have. But it is only when we share them that we understand strongly that, okay, now I'm going to be telling someone. And whenever we tell someone something, we tend to be more aware, we tend to be more cautious of what we are doing, because we are having to tell someone else when we are itself not sure. It is that kind of situation that we are in. And at that time, when you share what you have seen, you trust your third eye saying, Swamiji, this is what you have revealed to me, and I'm going to be revealing this to the world. So from that space, when you reveal, you automatically build a stronger foundation on the third eye. And also, if the manifestation happens, it is Swamiji's grace and it is Swamiji's greatness. And if the manifestation is yet to happen, allow yourself to continue to have the cognition that you are being trained directly by Swamiji. So, with this, we come to the end of the power manifestation session. And I want to tell all the participants one important thing, that this is just a basic glimpse to the power manifestation science. But if you want to master the power of third eye reading, Swamiji has opened up his doors to all the people of the world by giving a beautiful opportunity of attending the Paramashivoham Level 1, 2, or 3 programs. These 3 levels that Swamiji is giving completely for free of cost is his grace and his declaration to the whole world that he wants to raise the entire humanity. So I encourage all the participants now to take this moment to now sign up your intention for either level 1. If you have not completed the level 1, sign up for the level 1. If you have not completed the level 2, then sign up for the level 2. If you have not completed the level 3, then sign up for the level 3. These 3 programs are one after the other, so make sure that you sign up for the right level and join the Paramashivoham program starting on the 20th of January 2024. So with this, we'll now be revealing the answer to all the participants to verify. Yes, so it was this red color that all the participants were seeing. This was the color that you were supposed to see. So if you have seen any shade of red, that is perfectly fine. You have manifested the power of third eye reading. And take this moment now to share with everyone your experience of the manifestation. So with this, we come to the end of this round of the manifestation. And throughout today, we'll be manifesting different powers and experiencing the state and powers of Paramashiva. So with this, I would like to give all the participants and viewers a small break to share on social media your experience, what you had during this round of the power manifestation, and also refresh yourself after the intense yoga session we had and get ready for the next session.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, and welcome back. So I request all the participants now who are sitting with us to come to the space of listening as we now enter the next session. So in this next session, we are going to be entering the understanding about the identity. So our identity is one of the base foundations of our complete existence. It is on the identity that we hold, we take so many decisions of our life, and even the smallest disturbance to us, to our identity, is what we call powerlessness or what we call being violated. So this identity that we have created, which is actually not who we are, is a kind of curtain on top of who we actually are, the complete space of Swamiji, a complete space of Paramashiva inside each one of us. So that is what we're going to be learning in today's sessions, and I request all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this beautiful session, understanding the identity and its confused reality. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this session. So, identity is the confused reality. Now let's understand the first cognition. Are you living in crisis mode? Most of the time, you really don't know what you want. How may you feel the whole problem of in my life is I don't know what I want. That is most of our problem. We don't know exactly what we want and we're just trying to do something. The identity crisis is always one of the biggest problems of the human being. Identity crisis, I don't know what we want in life. I don't know what we want or what we are doing in life. This is the biggest problem all of us face. There are some people who always choose money as the end of life, the goal of life, the ultimate security they feel. There are some people who choose power as the goal of life. There are some people who choose spiritual strength as the goal of life. There are some people who choose confusion as the goal of life. There are different kind of people who choose different things as the goal of life based on what they feel the life goal is. How much ever you learn, sometimes when there is a crisis, you tend to feel money is security because of practical reasons. Now I need, how much ever you learn the lesson, you miss it. It is not going to be the security. Finally, neither you get money nor you have the master when you give up spirituality for the solution. Coming to terms with reality, there is no shortcut. Be very clear when reality hits you. Do not take the shelter under money or power or confusion. The feeling sure about you is one of the most important components of life. Not being sure about you is what Swamiji calls as SDHD, meaning self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial. The whole humanity is suffering with this pattern. Don't believe completing with your violence will make you weak. If you believe completing with your violence makes you weak, you are wrong. Krishna lived in the space of completion. He always was powerful. A single man, he finished what he wanted to finish. The moment you allow the enmity, the first thing will happen to you is you will split into pieces. You will break yourself. You will not be sure about yourself. The confusion is the curse from violence. Confusion is what Confusion is what Swamiji calls as the first side effect that you are experiencing violence. Do not cherish or entertain enmity even for a casual argument or in a playful way. Everything is an extension of you. Whatever you want already is part of you. The ability to face crisis, the ability to manage crisis, ability to manage a few new solutions, the ability to change in situation, all this is lost. All this is lost with the continuous luxurious lifestyle. In the Agamas, Mahadeva speaks highly about this aparigraha lifestyle. The context of aparigraha is that the reason to live a minimalistic lifestyle is to keep you alive, active, and keep your muscle memory and biomemory brilliant and bright. See, the luxurious lifestyle makes you intensive about all, it makes you so life negative. It is just making your life negative. It destroys your metabolism, it destroys your ability to enjoy, and finally destroys your very approach towards life. Much of your problem in the developed countries is not depression or frustration. One of the biggest problems is facing. They are not understood with their own wealth. They are not happy with their own wealth. They are torturing themselves for more. Having wealth is not wrong, but torturing yourself with the luxurious lifestyle is wrong. Do not punish yourself with the luxurious lifestyle. It's an old way of living. It is not modern. It is not fashionable. Luxury makes you incisive and puts you into identity crisis. Luxury is the source of strong SDHD. The continuous luxurious lifestyle creates a deep self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial in you. Not only you develop SDHD, but you develop SDHD, which means the strong SDHD. We will understand the genesis of our identity, what all the said and unsaid aspects of our identity, the inner image we strongly feel, the outer image we project to the world, and the gap between these two paths. The gap is not always bad. The gap is only happening when you are unconscious, and that makes you powerless. If you know consciously how to play with these two inner identities and outer identity, it does not put you in powerlessness. The gap is not wrong. Understand the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity is what you want others to experience and feel about you. And what you feel about others, there is always a big gap between these two. If you want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trustful, blissful, joyful person, but you always think about everyone as a crooked, cunning, cheat, and bunch of thieves, the gap will always be there and will not allow you to experience that space. You need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. The gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap is also neither good nor bad. If both gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they make you powerful, then it is good. The ability to renounce the identity, the ability to drop your identity in front of anyone is the quality of a sadhu. The ability to drop the identity is a Jivan Mukta. As long as you curtail the identity, you will always feel society is adharmic, is not righteous, is biased against you. Now let's understand this beautiful understanding of the identity from Swamiji itself. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we enter this beautiful video.
Even if the society behaves with you dharmically, you behaving adharmically is a demon. When society behaves you dharmically, you behave dharmically, is a good person. When society behaves you adharmically, you behave dharmically, is Jivan Mukta. Even if the people around you, when they don't behave dharmically, stand up on your dharma. That is what is subduing the identity. This is the second Guru Vak I am giving you guys. Ability to drop the identity. I tell you, when you are able to drop the identity, all the problems you have will not have a chilli, the anger. Even if you have a problem, both of you will sit together and understand more and more. Every interaction with other person should create more intimacy, more trust on that person over you, more trust for you over that person. If your every interaction with every individual creates only trust on both sides, you are free from identity. I tell you, you are a Jivan Mukta. You are a Jivan Mukta. The ability to drop the identity is Jivan Mukti. I tell you one more secret. As long as you have certain identity, you will always feel society is adharmic towards you. It is a basic secret. Your logic is with pus. It sees only from your side, never from the other side. If I judge whatever is done to me by the society is adharmic, my logic becomes logic with pus. Fortunately, I never judged. Society is not a group of people. Please understand, society is the other person. It is not collective. Even a single person is society. Whom you hate, whom you think you can't work with, whom you think is worst person you have seen in your life is society for you. I tell you, if you have somebody as your enemy and feel this fellow's patterns, he cannot come out and he will suffer, he has to be given suffering, when you feel, understand, now God is sending you the diagnosis. Exactly, you have the same problem. He is giving you the possibility to diagnose you. Most fortunate human being is a human being who does not suspect himself, who does not doubt himself, who is able to put completely his faith wholly on himself. You putting your whole faith on you does not happen by you convincing you, but it happens only by you dropping your identity by you. Go round. Whoever you think as your enemy, again and again sit with them and express your opinions towards what you carry towards them, and let them express what they carry towards you. One more funny thing you will realize, whom you think as the important enemy in your life may not be thinking you as the important enemy in his life. I have seen love is always a triangular affair on the planet Earth. Hatred is always quadrangular affair on the planet Earth. Understand? If you are loving somebody, that person is loving somebody else. If you are hating somebody as an enemy, that person is hating somebody else. It is never a straight line. It's a law. One point is loving the other point means, be very clear, the other point is loving the other point, not this point. The other point which he is in love, see, A is in love with B, B will never be in love with A, it will be only in love with C. C may be in love with A. And same way hatred. A may be having the enmity towards B, B may be having the enmity only with C, never with A. Even if the B wants to have enmity with A, it will have in his heart only C as an enemy. C may be having enmity with A. Please understand, it is a law. You will never have a complete enmity with your direct enemy, who is supposed to be your enemy. So whoever you think as your enemy is not real enemy. It's a law. These are all sarvabhaumya, universal laws. I'm giving you an example. One thing you need to be very clear, your logic has no capacity to find your enemy. So whoever you think is your enemy is not your enemy. When you sit with him, open up, you will realize that person is having somebody else as their main enemy. So when he goes and sits with the other person, he will realize he is having somebody else as his main enemy. Love or hatred is triangle. In the planet Earth, neither love nor hatred is straight line. Only when you become nobody, you become center of millions of people's love. And same way, millions of people's hatred. But you neither love them back nor hate them back. You are just a black hole sucking the whole thing, where they disappear. I tell you, whether by love or by hate, if you come near me, you are gone. When you disappear into me, by love, it is called enlightenment. When you disappear into me due to hatred, it is called pralaya. That's all. But you dissolve into me. That is what Bhagavan shows when he was giving the Vishwarupa Darshana. Vishwarupa is beautifully described. There are many rishis, sadhus, sages, saints in the parts of Krishna's Vishwarupa, and millions of demons, devils, Gauravas, Rakshasas being chewed by the Krishna's mouth, disappearing into the fire which is coming out of Krishna's mouth. It means what? Both are disappearing into him. Ability to give up the identity, subduing the identity. Even in the worldly life, even if you say, practically I have to see, I am talking to you understanding all the practicalities. Please understand, whoever is listening to me, to all of you I am telling you very clearly, I know all the situations you would have gone through, going through, will go through. With that authority I am telling you, this truth which I am uttering is the truth for all of you at all times to be practiced, to be lived, not to be compromised at any time, what you call as practical situations. What Swamiji said is right, but in this situation, even if he was here, he wouldn't have behaved like that. He wouldn't have given his identity. I know. Go to hell. No. I am telling you, in all possible situations, this is the truth. Ability to let go the identity makes you the hero whose identity can never be destroyed. I want those heroes around me. They are Jivan Muktas. I tell you, your identity costs you only your life, nothing else. If I am supporting your ego and identity, you are doomed. If I am not touching your ego and identity, you are in waiting list. If I am hitting at it straight, you are blessed. Unfortunately, for many people, many times I support. It is the identity with which your heart associates yourself. That should become sadhu, chilliless, angerless, violentless. Then you will become the center of creativity. You will express so much of the leadership quality, ability to inspire. Ability to inspire is nothing but ability to inspire yourself. Early morning, 6 o'clock, if you are able to inspire yourself to get you out of your bed and go to Akada and do the yoga, you will have the ability to inspire others. That's all. The ability to inspire can never be a cunning technical game. No. If you are able to inspire yourself to come and sit for the satsang every day and listen to these great truths and live this, you will be simply able to inspire your subordinates, your assistants, and make them do the job as you want, and you will be able to lead them with an inspiration. Morning, when you wake up, see your mood. Are you getting out of your bed and going to Akada because Swamiji will fire you? I tell you, all your subordinates are going to be working around you just because you fire them. Never inspired way. If you don't know the right words to inspire you, you will not know the right words to inspire others. There are many, I don't get their darshan at all in the morning. Understand, if you are able to inspire yourself to drop the identity, you will be able to inspire everyone to drop the identity. I tell you, in the love, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the hatred, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the love, you are in love with somebody and you constantly go towards that person. And suddenly you will realize that person is going towards somebody else. then you will be disillusioned. And all your love will be lost. Same way only I tell you. In the hatred also you are traveling towards somebody, and that somebody will be traveling towards somebody else. And suddenly you will be disillusioned, and you will say, God, I wasted my whole life on the hatred with this fellow. For example, A hates B. B might have done one or two activities against the A, but in B's heart, A is not the enemy. In his heart, enemy is somebody else. C is the enemy. This is the way the whole world goes on. When you love the person and that same person loves you back to the same amount, what happens is enlightenment through tantra, union. When you hate somebody and the same person hates you in the same level, what happens is pralaya. But unfortunately, both does not happen in the planet Earth at all. Very rare. If I have to give one example, two persons loving each other the same amount, falling in love with both equally. I can give the example of Shiva and Parvati, Radha and Krishna, Sharada and Ramakrishna. Rarely, that's all. Not even a handful. I don't even have one example of that two person hating each other. At least for love I gave 2-3 examples. For the hatred I don't even have one example. Because Sumba Nisumbas, they were in love with Parvati, but Parvati had enmity towards Sumba Nisumbas. In turn, Tarakasura had enmity with Parvati. Parvati did not have enmity with Tarakasura. I tell you, whoever you think as your worst enemy are not your enemies. Who thinks you as the worst enemy will never be felt by you as the worst enemy. Because the enemy or the friend is based on your perception, which is itself is unstable. You are constantly building multi-story towers on the earth, which is going through earthquakes. It's a technical term. Tectonic plates. You are building skyscrapers on tectonic plates.
Yes. So with this, we come to the end of this understanding on the science of how our reality is just a curtain on our true self, on our true nature. Now let's enter a small internalization exercise to understand the identity a little deeper. Whatever you cognize about yourself matters, not what you feel about yourself, because what you cognize about yourself consciously burns away, destroys absolutely what you feel about you. What you feel about you doesn't matter. What you decide to cognize about you matters. Conscious decision made even 1 minute is more powerful than 23 hours, 59 minutes of confusion. Now, you are the ultimate Paran Brahma, Paramashiva. That is the truth. Now, take a pen and paper. Just empty your mind. This is a technique from the Shiva Sutras. So now let's just write down all the thoughts we have about ourselves, everything that we are thinking now. Just start writing it down on a piece of paper, and whatever you feel, whatever you're thinking about right now, just write it down. And this is a preparation to go into the next exercise. So now I request all the participants to please start writing down. Please take your notebook and pen and start writing down what you have understood from this session and what ever thought is coming and clear your mind. Please begin. Now slowly, very slowly, please relax. And with this, we come to the end of this manifestation. Now, I hope all of you have written down all your understandings about what we had in the last session and relieved yourself of all the thoughts. Now, in this next segment, we are going to be manifesting the power of thought current scanning. So, let's enter this power manifestation segment now. Now, first, let's start with the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. Every time we manifest the powers, first we read the scriptural reference and then move into the power manifestation. So, the power of thought current scanning of mind reading, this is the Shastra Pramana. Hridaye chitta sangada drishva swaparshanam. That is the Shastra Pramana from the Shiva Samhita, from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, verse 15, Dharana 1. So basically, what Paramashiva is saying here, the translation Paramashiva is giving for this is when an individual mind is united to the core of the consciousness, every observable or objective phenomena, even when the absence of every objective phenomena is directly experienced as the form of consciousness and appears in its existential reality as it is. Let me read that out for you again. When the individual mind is united to the core of the consciousness, every observable or objective phenomenon and even the absence of every objective phenomenon is directly experienced from the consciousness and appears in its existential reality. So basically, Paramashiva here says that when you connect with Paramashiva, when you connect with him from that space of consciousness, everything is revealed to you. Now let's move into the Apta Pramana, the scriptural, the historical evidence for the manifestation. So here we have the story from Patinatar. Patinatar was a wealthy merchant before giving up his materialistic way of life. His child grew up and followed his father's footsteps. Once he sent him on a ship with a good lot of merchandise. When he came back, he brought sacks full of fatted husks. Patinatar was angry and locked him up in a room, and after going to the harbor, threw the husks out and was surprised to see they were all just covered with gold. Every dried piece of husk turned out to be gold dust and also had precious gems in the sack. He hurried home to see his son, but his son was not in the locked room. His wife gave him a small box the son had given before he disappeared. In it was a palm leaf manuscript and a needle without the eyelet. The palm leaf said, "Not even the eyeless needle will accompany you to the final journey of life." But Patinatar realized the philosophy and wisdom of the words and renounced everything, his wife, his wealth, his kith and kin, and every other mundane attachment. Only with a loincloth left singing so many philosophical songs to enlighten people. Now let's see this in Swamiji's life, the Atma Pramana. Swamiji said, one day I suddenly realized, just like many things floating in the Ganga, thoughts are floating in me. Neither things float, corrupts, pollutes the Ganga, nor the thoughts floating are corrupting me or pollutes me. So here we can see how Swamiji had the complete control over his thoughts. And now the Pratyaksha Pramana. The researchers have developed a technique that uses the brain waves to capture the EEG and machines to reconstruct the image for you. So with all this said, let us now enter the power manifestation. Now the guidelines. Now you're going to be scanning yourself and writing down the thoughts that occur in you. This is the first level of this power of thought current scanning. Let's now be seated, close our eyes, take a pen and paper in your hands. Now, intensely listen to the Mahavakya and start writing down all the thoughts that come to you.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifesting all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only he exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, please relax. And now with this, we come to the end of this round of the manifestation. Now share your thoughts and your experience, what you had during this round of the manifestation, what happened, how the manifestation was. Was there a flood of thoughts or were you completely unclutched? So now with this, we'll be moving into the next session. And let us take a small break to share what we experienced, what we understood in this session and the last session. We'll be joining you back after a short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, now welcome back. And I hope you had a beautiful session till now. So now let's move on to the next session. So in this next session, we are going to be entering the genesis of identity. So in the previous session, what we learned was the basics, meaning we learned about the identity, how it is a created curtain on top of our actual reality. In this session, let's see where it was created, how it was created, and what we can do to make it the best inner, outer, others, and life image, the best identity that we can have. So the genesis of identity is a beautiful process that Swamiji gives all of us. So what is genesis of identity? Introducing you to you. That is the very important part of this exercise. The genesis of identity. If you find you, you found Paramashiva. Because you are Paramashiva. The identity that you have created is not Paramashiva. The inner soul, the being, the innermost core of you is Paramashiva. If you know the genesis of your identity when it was created, the identity crisis can be solved. Once your identity crisis is solved, the first glimpse of enlightenment, Satori, happens in you. Solving the crisis takes away all fear. So there are four images. The major dimensions of our identity is the inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. Let's understand these in detail. The inner image is what you think about you, what you brood over inside your body, what you perceive as you, the strong belief you have about you. Inside you is inner image. Whatever I touch will not flourish. The moment I get stuck, the moment I get success, that will be taken away from me. All of these are low inner images which are created over time. If you see, sometimes you will feel you will always be successful in everything. If you see, sometimes you'll feel you'll always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you, as your inner image, is what you hold inside. The outer image now. The outer image is what you show to others. Sometimes you will be in the same way as what you feel inside. Sometimes it is drastically opposite of what you show about yourself to the outer world. All the time you say, do you know who I am? You think and you try to portray yourself as a huge person. Whatever you show as you to you, usually you show through your words, your body language, the way you protect you. That is your outer image. And now, others' image, how others perceive you. Not how you want others to perceive you, but how others perceive you as of now. And it is not that we don't know how others think of us. We know very well the actions and the way we behave. We know what others think about us. The inner image, outer image, and then what others perceive about you. Whatever you may show, people have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. The life image, finally, is how you perceive life and others. Bring about trust, and others is one of the most important luxuries you have in life. Being careful is different, being fearful is different. How you perceive the world and life, all the words you may have about life and others, that is called life image. Now, let's understand the genesis of identity directly from Swamiji as he explains this beautiful thought current.
Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I'm going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I'm introducing you to you. I'm trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you and what you speak as you. This gap. The gap between your mouth and the heart. That is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting. All the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others' image, and life image. From my own experience. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. declared outer image, others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship. Peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend a little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity. Now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience, listen carefully, how many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. If there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, I can do it. And boss is convinced and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen. When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough, I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand. Let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this, source of this, and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything, they should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete, you should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you, this gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Like ADHD for kids, SDHD for grown-up kids. SDHD patterns. I wanted all of you to spend little time now and understand the self-doubts you have and the incidents when it started in you. Self-hatred you have and incidents when it started in you. Self-denial patterns you have and incidents when it started in you. Start. SDHD. Start penning down. We internalized about the inner image we have, outer image we have, life image we have, others image we have, which is very inauthentic. That is why you have so much of SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Let us contemplate the inner image you want to have and pen down. The outer image you want to have and pen down. Others image you want to have and pen down. Life image you want to have and pen down. Please listen. What you have is inauthentic. What you want to have, if you pen down, you will see authenticity there. I'll explain after you write what you want to have, how to have what you want to have. First, think through and pen down what you want to have. The best inner image you want to have, best outer image you want to have, best others image you want to have, best life image you want to have. Please pen down. Please pen down. Now please listen. After all this internalisis, you will now know very clearly what are the patterns which is stopping you becoming what you want to be. Means the gap between your inauthentic image and authentic image. For example, your authentic image. You may want to get up every day early morning, 5 o'clock and do yoga. But your inauthentic image, early morning when 5 o'clock alarm bell rings, no, you don't want to get up, tired, feeling sleepy. Then what is it stopping you becoming authentic? Your tiredness, boredom. When you started developing this, your tiredness and boredom is the incompletion. When you started developing it, find the incidents. Same way, in your authentic image, you want to be just fearless. Want to go for a beautiful night walk in the moonlight, in full moon day, in the forest. But the inauthenticity creates fear. Fear of animals, ghosts, and what not. So what is it that stops you living your authenticity? The fear pattern. So pen down your incompletion, and when those fears started in you, how many of you understand what I am saying? Please raise your hand. So understand, all the incompletion patterns which stops you living your authentic image. What stops you living your authentic inner image, outer image, others image, life image? The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. So understand, think and look in, pen down at least 11 incompletions. You must be having 11,000, that's different. At least 11, pen down. The 11 incompletions stopping you becoming authentic. And the incidents when those incompletions started in you, as early as you remember, pen them down. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 080.
Yes, welcome back. And that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji shared the understandings of the genesis of identity. So now we are going to be doing exactly the exercise that Swamiji had asked us to do. So now please take your pen and papers and let's enter the genesis of identity. So this is a diagram of the genesis of our identity. So basically, this is actually an image drawn directly by Swamiji himself. So you can see that the person who is there is the inner image. Then there's the others image, which is all pointing towards you. And then there's the outer image, which is pointing towards the others. And finally, there is life's image. Now, for the next few minutes, start writing down all the words and statements you use to describe yourself, the qualities you believe as part of your internal image, your inner image. For example, I am lazy, I am good at something, I am not good at something. Please start writing down. Yes, now let's move to the next step. Now start writing down all the outer image. Describe all the qualities you project to others. For example, I am kind, I am strong, or I can do anything that comes to me. All the outer image that you hold, start writing that down. Yes. There is more to this. So, explain all the words, statements you have used to describe yourself, what they believe as your inner image they carry about you, the other's image. For example, people have told you you are arrogant, people have told you you are selfish. All of these are others' image. Now, let us move to the last step as we write down all the statements we have about life. What are life images? Do you feel life is cruel to you, or do you feel life is a beautiful place to grow and experience? Please write down now your life image. Now relax slowly, very slowly. And with this, we come to the end of this exercise. Now, whatever you have written, keep it. And in the next sessions, we'll be going deeper and deeper and learning the science to build the highest inner, outer, others, and life images and create the best identity. So, with this, now let's enter into the next round of power manifestation. So, in the last round, what we did was we saw our own thoughts, and that was the first level. So, now we are going to be once again doing the same level. We are going to be once again writing down the thoughts that we are thinking right now to get a better experience of what the thought scanning is. So now I request all the participants to please be seated. Please sit with a pen and paper. Now close your eyes. Visualize Paramashiva and now intensely chant the Mahavakya and start writing down the thoughts that are flowing in your mind.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour.
Now slowly, very slowly, please relax. And with this, we come to the end of the manifestation. I request all the participants to now take a few minutes to share on social media and also share on social media your understandings from the Genesis of Identity session also. And with this, we come to the end of this session, and let's take a few minutes to do the social media sharing and then get back to the next session. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, Nithyananda. And welcome to yet another powerful day of Paramashivoham, the glimpses of Paramashivoham Level 2. Today we are learning all about the completion process, how our identity is formed, and how do we reshape our identity to fit our desires and needs. How do we actually manifest ourselves and our life exactly how we want it? By shaping our identity to our conscious identity. Basically, we're removing all the false ideas, false conclusions, the hangovers that we experience based on past incidences. So when we are young, and from there throughout our life, we added ideas about ourselves to our identity. Some of these ideas might be empowering, others might be disempowering. So what we are doing is we are removing the disempowering ideas and staying in the space of powerfulness. In the end, only Paramashiva remains, the highest identity that we are Paramashiva. So we learned about the genesis of identity already, and the four images, which are namely the self-image, the outer image, the other's image, and the world or the life image. So let us now take a deep dive into the gaps between these four images. What does it mean when they are not aligned to the reality? And what creates a gap? What makes us perceive ourselves as smaller than we are? What pushes us into smaller, lower identities? Understand the gap between your inner image and your outer image is your self-doubt. Your outer image, you might project yourself as a very competent person, able to solve any tech issue. For example, in your inner space, you might have the feeling that you're never actually able to help people. So this self-doubt pushes the ideas from your inner image to your outer image and vice versa. So you might feel about yourself as an evil person, and you feel horrible about that. So you start supporting others, helping them wherever you can, and actually express yourself as something else completely. It is a self-doubt about whether you are correct the way you are, for example, that makes you over-correct yourself in your outer image. That is the gap between the inner image and the outer image. Now the gap between the outer image and the other's image is your self-hatred. See, others tell you how you are being perceived by them. And you trying to fake your identity and show yourself as something else, which is never going to work because other people are also intelligent and they see right through the facade. That is your self-hatred, the areas in your life where you cannot accept yourself. So you are creating a false identity about yourself. And the gap between the other's image and the life image is your self-denial. See, the possibilities you have in this life, they open up when you start listening to other people, start understanding what needs to be shifted about you. We were performing the team process on the final day of Paramashivoham Level-2 last season. And this is probably one of the most powerful processes that you can ever do with your team lead. Since you are actively shaping your own identity, you're declaring your highest identity. What do you want to be? Not only for yourself, what do you want to be on the inside, on the outside, for others? And how is the world supposed to be for you? And then you are asking the people to support you in manifesting that by being ferocious with you and utterly honest. So that you give the permission for them to hold you in that higher space. Oftentimes, when other people give you the feedback, they want to give you the correction that you need to apply in your life, we stop listening to them. We say, oh, you're just angry about me. That's why I'm using these words. Hey, you just want to terrorize me. You're bullying me. You're being aloof, or all these words we use. Even if we just use them on the inside, it will close up our listening and we will not be able to receive the actual feedback, the actual possibility to improve ourselves. So let us now learn more about this whole science of completion with the 4 images. Understand the gap between the inner image and the outer image is the self-doubt. The gap between the outer image and the other's image is self-hatred. The self-hatred, when you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it and start hating yourself, I'm not enough, I'm not sufficient, others are not believing how I'm projecting me. That is self-hatred. See, so many times we want to be a specific way because we feel we are too small. So we start projecting ourselves bigger than we actually are. And when others don't buy into that image that we are creating, we start hating ourselves because we feel we're not able to perform at the level where we should be. We're not enough. Finally, the gap between others' image and life image is the self-denial. Now, some examples of self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. You are sick and want to get well. You think, will I get well? That is self-doubt. I think I'm not worthy of getting healthy. Whatever I have done, that is why I'm going through this self-hatred. I will not get well. I know. That is self-denial. That is exactly the game you will be playing. See, so many times in the self-denial, we know that the possibility for us is there, but we don't want to involve with the life. We don't want to take the responsibility. So we decide to act as if it is not possible for us, as if we are cursed, or we just have to give in to the situation. We have to accept what we're going through. So I hope this brought some clarity for the participants. If you want, you can please share your powerful cognitions from this session in the Zoom chat. This will really help especially the others participants, to also have this powerful cognition. You can also feel free to comment in YouTube and Facebook. Even if you're not watching this live, you can still share your comments in the comment section and start the discussion with other people. If you have any questions, let us know. We would gladly clarify any questions and doubts you have about this process, since this is one of the processes which is so essential in manifesting your reality as you want. It all starts with your identity, what you believe as you and yours, and life itself. It is the very core feeling that we experience. If we feel life is dull, doesn't matter if you're a king living in a castle or you're living next to an amusement park. It doesn't matter. If you feel life is dull, then that's it. You're not going to experience any joy in life, no matter how exciting the things that you are experiencing. So let us now get deeper into the process of breaking these false identities. First, let us enter into an exercise. In the first step, pen down all the self-doubts you have about you, and then look in and pen down the incidents when you experience them for the first time. See, you might have, for example, your father might have been painting the house and you wanted to be part of the whole scene, so you asked if you can help. But since your arms were not long enough at that time as a small child, you felt you were insufficient, that you could not do it. You developed the self-doubt about yourself. Like this, let us all now pen down the self-doubts and trace it back to the first incident that we can remember. Optimally, that incident would be before the age of 7. This is where we are shaping the very fundamentals of our identity. So when we reach this year, I understand for some of the participants, this might be a very young age and it's difficult to remember the incidents, but you will see, if you do this process authentically, all this information is actually available to you, but we have built mechanisms to dig them under a big pile so we don't have to involve with that anymore. When we start involving with our past actively from the clarity of completion, when we shine the consciousness, as Swamiji so beautifully says, it doesn't matter how long a room was in darkness, even if it was 1,000,000 years, the moment you just light a candle, it will be lit. It doesn't matter how long it was in utter darkness. So let us light the candle of consciousness and shine a light on our incompletions, which we have developed over the past. Understand the science of completion as such by simply putting your awareness, your consciousness on these incidences. Just the moment you relive them, you will see their effect starts leaving you. You will be able to identify them. Before you put your consciousness on your unconscious patterns, they are that unconscious. You are not aware that they are acting instead of you. So when a pattern gets triggered, you just blow up, you just react, you just throw the tantrum, you just collapse. You get sad to the point which is like irrational for that kind of situation. And you will not understand what is happening to you. You will just feel the intense emotion and you will react based on that emotion, instead of having the understanding that, okay, I had these incidences in my life and these are my conclusions. This was the emotional pattern that I have created in that incident. Once you come to that clarity, that consciousness, the moment the pattern gets triggered, you can take a step back, take a breath, and decide to react however you want to react in that situation, because you know what is happening in you, you understand. So from this understanding, let us now enter into this very powerful process. We're going to project the slide with the instructions for this exercise. If you have any questions or doubts, please let us know. Yes. With this, let us now move on to the next step of this exercise. I hope all the participants have penned down the self-doubts and the incidents related to these self-doubts. If you feel there's more than you want to pen down, please do so after the session. You can always do completion. Understand? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism advises everyone to do 21 minutes of completion every night before going to sleep. This way, when you wake up, you don't carry the baggage of the previous day. When you just relive exactly what you experienced in the night, throughout the day, where you just retrace all the things that have happened, all the reactions that you had to these incidents. Simply, you will not build more incompletions. You will be able to live clear throughout every day. Now let us move on to the next step, which is penning down all the self-hatred patterns and the incidents related to them. We learned self-hatred is the gap between our outer image and others' image. So situations where you wanted to present yourself in a specific way and other people did not buy into it, and you got frustrated. You developed a self-hatred about the way that you are, or at least the way that you perceived yourself to be. Let us now enter into this process. Again, if you have any questions, let us know in the Zoom chat or on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you are tuning in from. Yes, with this, we now move on to the third step of this exercise. After having covered self-hatred, let's now move on to self-denial patterns. And let us pen them down and the incidents when they started in us. Let us take a few moments. If you have any questions, let us know in the chat below. Yes, Nithyananda. With this, let us now move on to the final step of this exercise. Now, take what you have written down and sketch the gap in your four images. We're going to project a picture as an example. As we learned before, the gap between the inner image and the outer image is your self-doubt. The gap between your outer image and the other's image is your self-hatred. The gap between your other's image and the life image is your self-denial. So your ideas about whether you can actually live up to the identities that you project on the outside. So that is literally the gap between your inner image, what you believe about yourself, and what you project to the outside. The gap between the outer image and the other's image is your self-hatred. When others point out your flaws, or they point out where you are not living what you are projecting on the outside to be, and you develop the self-hatred about yourself, you're feeling you're too small, not enough. That is your self-hatred. And the gap between the other's image and the life image is your self-denial. When you don't live up to your possibilities. Let us now enter into this final step. So it'll be just a quick exercise as we then move on to the next jnana segment, where we are going to learn about incompletions. What are incompletions? Let's take maybe another 3 minutes. This should be a quick exercise. Just allocate whatever you have written down to these different images so you have a clearer understanding how it is impacting your identity. Yes, now let us conclude this session and move on to the next Jnana segment, where we are going to learn about what are incompletions in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Sit with your authentic listening and let us get ready to learn about the science of completion.
I'm going to introduce you to you. As I said, you are not just the body or your mind or what you cognize as you. Listen, you are not just body or mind or what you cognize as you. Let me show you a simple presentation. Visualize this as a round. I am trying to redraw whatever is projected. Actually, you are totality of your body. Please, the first component of you is your body, the physical body which you are carrying, which is made out of bone, flesh, blood. This is the first component. Then second is your breathing structure. Inhaling, exhaling, the breathing structure is the second. Third, your mind, sometimes up, alive, excited, sometimes depressed, sometimes frustrated, sometimes feeling guilty, sometimes feeling alive, bright, sometimes feeling tired, bored. Mind, that is the third part of you. Fourth, what you cognize as you, what in core of you, what you cognize as you, what you feel as you, that's the fourth part of you. Fifth, the bliss, freedom beyond all these four. I can say the glimpse of real you. The real you is not what you think as you. Actually, the real you is covered by what you think as you. So whatever you think as you, your body, your breathing system, your mind, your cognition, when you penetrate all these four, then you realize the real you. You experience the real you. These 5 layers, in each layer you have certain mental patterns, incompletions. I can say that when you travel in city, if you are going from here and want to cross the city, so many diversions. Suddenly one political rally, take diversion. Then road is cut by PWD, take diversion. Road is cut by BSNL, take diversion. Traffic jam, take diversion. finally, instead of crossing the city, you will end up back in the same road. No, that's what exactly is happening in our life. When you try to cross layer by layer and reach your core, please understand, every day, every one of you are struggling to experience your core. When you are back from your work, the way you throw your shoes, throw your clothes, lie down on the bed, even in that moment, you are trying to reach the real you. Unfortunately, constantly you are facing the boards, take diversion, take diversion, take diversion. Each one of your mental pattern is take diversion board, no entry board. Take diversion, no entry, road closed, maintenance work going on, sorry for the inconvenience. These are the boards you are constantly facing. Every pattern, every incompletion you are carrying is no entry board which stops you experiencing the real you. The real you. I should define the word incompletion. Words, thoughts, emotions, residues, hangovers of the past sitting in your present and not letting you live your future is pattern. Listen. Words, thoughts, emotions, hangovers, residues sitting in your past, not letting you live your future is incompletion or patterns. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee. There are many people, without cup of coffee, they can't get out of their bed or they can't get out of their bedroom. Many can't even go for 1, 2, 3 without cup of coffee. No, it's a physical level pattern. It can be as simple as cup of coffee and as complicated as always attracting abusive relationships. Please understand, if you are constantly attracting the people in your life who cheat you, who abuse you, who exploit you, even that is your pattern. So please understand, I have to tell you the truth. I have to reveal the truth to you all. If you are attracting again and again people who are abusing you, cheating you, exploiting you, or hurting you, harming you, even that is a pattern. I'll explain step by step. It can be as simple as morning cup of coffee to as complicated as attracting, abusing, hurting people in your life. Both are patterns at different levels. You have 5 parts of you where the patterns are stored. These 5-layer patterns are responsible for you not experiencing completion. I am telling you, whenever you see incompletions in your life, if you understand it may be factual but not real, you will reinvent yourself. Understand? A person gets back pain. If he thinks it is real and the incompletion is real, he can literally just collapse. I tell you, ordinary back pain has collapsed so many people. They lost confidence on themselves. Oh, if this continues, how will I go to my office? If I don't go to office, how will I make money? If I don't make money, will my wife stay with me? Will my husband stay with me? Will my son stay with me? How will I educate my daughter? My life is collapsed over. Ordinary back pain has collapsed millions of people. When you think it's a real incompletion, you are gone. If you understand it may be factual but not real, you will approach the back pain with clarity. This incompletion is imaginary. That same back pain can help you to reinvent yourself. It can just support you to reinvent yourself. What is the reason for the back pain? Whether my sitting posture or my way of perceiving me or my thinking about myself, what is it? Let's look in. It can lead to reinventing yourself. Ordinary back pain can even make you enlightened or can just collapse you. Both can happen just by ordinary back pain. Same way, a simple fight between husband and wife. If you think it may be factual but not real, you will look in what can be done to go beyond it. You can reinvent yourself. Or, I think this fight is never going to end. Come on, divorce is a solution. A simple fight, verbal fight. It may not even be fight, just strong exchange of few words. Even the words may not have wrong meaning, just the tone was little loud. It was not meaning problem, it was a decibel problem. Simple decibel problem, if you look in, this may be factual but not real, then that incompletion can help you to reinvent yourself. It's a decibel problem, not the factual, not even the meaning. Or, no, I cannot stand this torture. This is going on forever and ever. From my birth, my father shouted at me. From the time I got married, this fellow is shouting at me. And after some time, my son will start shouting at me. What? My life is just listening to shouting or what? I can't take it anymore. Call it off. Will your husband be responsible for your father shouting at you? Is there no a logical way of logically analyzing the logic? Should we not have a basic logical system to analyze the logic logically? Anyhow, whether it is a small headache or a decibel discrepancy problem. I'll give a new word. The decibel discrepancy problem. Are as serious as cancer. Whatever may be the problem, I tell you, it may look like factual, it is not real. Really, I am telling you, the only thing you need in the whole life is stamina to stand up till you see the victory, nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Understand? Your victory is guaranteed. It is, the real problem is your fear about the failure making you powerless is the real problem. Nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Just you need to know, these incompletions may look factual, but they are not real. They are not real. Understand? This one Satya, just this one Satya, I tell you, these great truths revealed in our Upanishads are not myth. Mythology, this word is the most abusive word given to our Puranas and Shastras and Upanishads. Myth is an abusive word. I am telling you, the right word for our Puranas, Upanishads, Shastras is subjective truth. When Bhagavatam says Krishna lifted the whole Govardhana hill with his little finger, it is not myth or mythology. It is a subjective truth. A person who wants to live the truth, for him it is truth. Subjective truth. Understand, Shivoham is not myth, mythology. No. It is subjective truth. Subjective truth. Whatever you remember in you, in your inner space, can either suffocate you or make you blissful, expanded. If you remember something painful, it suffocates you. If you remember something blissful, it expands you. Anything which suffocates you is a pattern. Anything you remember and suffocates you is pattern. Anything you remember and expands you is subjective truth. Shivoham, aham brahmasmi, tattvamasi, prajnanam brahma. Soham Hamsaha. All these Mahavakyas are not myth, it is subjective truth. Start living it. Tsunamis don't stop because of the plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham does not stop because of few stupid incompletions you are having in your being. Anything which you remember, anything suffocates you by remembrance is incompletion. Anything expands you by remembrance is subjective truth. I tell you, tsunamis does not get stopped by plastic covers lying on the beach. Shivoham tsunami does not get stopped by few stupid incompletions lying in your being. I am not just Shivoham tsunami, Super Shivoham tsunami. Tsunami. Understand, the Shivoham tsunami cannot be stopped by any of the incompletions you remember or don't remember which is inside you. And first of all, you need to understand, as a constitutional setup of consciousness, listen. See, your consciousness as a constitutional setup. The basic constitution of the consciousness does not allow incompletions to be inside it. By its nature, they are ejected out. Understand? A good DVD player, the moment you put corrupt CD, no, as a setup, it just ejects it out. It does not play. It does not tolerate it. Same way, the constitutional setup of your consciousness does not play with incompletion. By its very nature, it just ejects it, rejects it. So, don't be sitting and calculating the plastic covers and coffee tumblers lying in the Marina Beach and thinking that such a dirty place, how will the tsunami come? Tsunami cannot be stopped by the plastic covers. Shivoham cannot be stopped by the small incompletions you think you are having. As I said, start living, start living, start living. That is the only key. I can bless you tons of times, but only you can live it. So more than my blessings, you need your blessings. This hand is always showing victory, victory, victory and want to join. This hand also should decide to join. Only then it becomes whole. So this will become our new emblem and mudra. To remember, when you feel victorious, Mahadeva feels victorious. He wants you to be victorious because that is the way he feels victorious. The whole celebrates you feeling as whole because the whole feels fulfilled when you feel you are whole. Understand, I am telling you the secret. He wants you to experience Shivoham. Otherwise, why should he come down from Kailasa? He wants you to experience Shivoham. There is no other reason for him to make himself available to you other than making you experience Shivoham, because he also celebrates you experiencing Shivoham. Understand? Remember this one line. He celebrates when he is able to make you celebrate, because Mahadeva loves you. This is the real meaning of God loves you. Understand? The meaning only when it comes to you, you know the suffering. Understand? I am not talking out of insensitivity. When I had a fracture in my hand, what I told my own body and DNA, please understand, it was a multiple complicated fracture. My great adventure on my horse. When there was a complicated multiple fracture, but within 24 hours, I was out in the public, continuing my responsibilities. Within 48 hours, I was delivering my satsangs. No painkiller, nothing. What I told to me to heal myself that quickly and come back to my normal life, and I guarantee with all my integrity, Mahadeva as a witness, I tell you, not even one moment there was a pain. No question of pain, any pain. No physical pain, physiological pain, psychological pain. The moment I fell from the horse, when I stood up, I did not even check the hand. I saw there the Sanishwara standing with folded hands, said that I have to execute the ordained frames of life, because this physical body is in the plane, physical plane. So it has to move through the physical rules and regulations. And that was the Janma Sani time for me. The Shadeshat, L drive was going on. So he was standing with folded hands and said, I have to do my responsibility. And the moment I saw him, I smiled, because the horse was black horse. And I was smiling. God, such a highly secured, tightly protected person like me. See, at least 5 to 10 sannyasis all the time around me. I can't even slip and fall, even if I want. See, even if I want, if I slip also, I will fall only on my sannyasis. Any side they will be holding me. And such highly protected, tightly protected, and so beautifully this Sanishwara came and did his job and went. And he also said, I can never touch your consciousness, give any pain, but the physical plane, whatever has to go through, has to go through. Understand, at that moment, what is the Satya, truth I myself used to heal me, recover myself, I am sharing that with you all. Listen. Don't think this, whatever I am going to share now, is impractical or insensitive, because you are having suffering. I am giving this for you to work on it. No. When I had what I used, I am sharing with you. Please understand, your DNA, your bioenergy is always in the space of completion. Whether you think you have a stomach pain, headache, it can be as simple as a small scratch on the skin to as difficult as cancer. Tell your DNA you are complete and get back to your completion. You are complete and get back to your original state of completion. Don't go on imagining that there is some incompletion in you. Understand? Because one moment you are convinced there is a disease in you, that cannot become a fact or the ultimate truth. Listen. Yes, at that time I had fracture. There was a fracture, completely broken. It was not hairline crack, completely broken. Both bones fully broken. Actually, this other part of the hand was separately hanging, because both bones broke and came out of the hand, means through the skin, completely broken. But that was not the original state of me, and that is never going to be original state of me. The power of suffering is, it will convince you you are going to suffer forever. That is the worst power of suffering. Please understand. If you are convinced the suffering is going to be forever with you, you are in hell. That wrong conviction need to be weeded out. Need to be weeded out. The wrong conviction that suffering is going to be there with you forever brings the disease again and again back to you. Back to you. If you convince your DNA, your biomemory, you are complete, then completion will be brought back to you. Health will be brought back to you. You may be an enlightened being or an incarnation. It's not that Shani did not do his job. And he was so sincere. I was so happy. Actually, I'm going to have the Shani deity installed in that spot. I'm waiting for the work to be done. I saw him standing with all his smile and politeness, with all the joy and happiness that he did his job. And a normal person, any normal person can never have such big fracture falling from 4 feet height horse. And we even checked my bone density and all that. There was no problem. When he wanted, he simply did it. And I asked him, why hand? I asked Shani, why did you choose the right hand? He said, Swamiji, only that hand has acquired a lot of punya by healing so many people. So it will get healed quickly because of that punya. All that punya of healing so many people. All that goodness and merit is there in that hand, for that hand. And moreover, that hand has to be quickly repaired for the sake of so many people to get healed. So it will happen too quickly. That is why I chose the right hand. Understand the exact attitude and truth which healed me, I am sharing with you all. Any problem in your life is nothing but incompletion, which is imaginary. IMAGINERY. I am not in any delusion, and I am not deluding you. Our Upanishadic rishis who revealed this truth are not in delusion. They are neither in delusion nor in the mood of cheating you. Understand? See a great gold merchant. Out of his love for Shiva, he declares, I'll make 100 kg gold ornaments for Mahadeva. And he himself is the master of that science. Will he cheat 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold jewelry? One, he knows the science, quality checking. Second, he is graceful, means he is full of gratitude. Neither he will cheat, nor he will allow anybody else to cheat because he knows the science. Same way I am telling you. The Upanishadic rishis, neither they can be in delusion, nor they can put you in delusion. Because they have nothing to gain by putting you in delusion. This gold merchant has nothing to gain by stealing 2 gram gold from that 100 kg gold which he wanted to give it to Mahadeva. Upanishadic rishis have put their whole life to humanity, sacrificed. They are neither in delusion nor can put others in delusion. Understand, my job is the most difficult job. I have to completely teach you opposite way of
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyananda. With this, let us now enter into the internalization exercise for this. Let us understand what is incompletion. Take control of your life is the message. Allowing incompletions to exist is literally declaring that you yourself don't want to live in your control. You don't want to have the control over your life. The power of incompletion is such, it eludes so much to believe that you really cannot contain your own life or contain yourself and go on taking decisions which permanently damage you. That is the most difficult part of life. Understand, when you let the hangovers of your past decide what you are manifesting in the future, then how are you ever going to live the life exactly the way that you want? Incompletions just totally imbalance you. Constantly decide. You will be in the space of completion. Completions means completion. No question of powerlessness. Everything you do, everything you should be from powerless. Powerfulness from the space of completion. Do everything from the space of powerfulness. Let us now enter an exercise where you take control of your life. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen all of it down. Let us catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. Let's take a few moments. Wherever you feel because I have an incompletion, this is the way that I act. This is the way that I react. This is the way I behave generally. If you ever have this feeling, like there's a difference between consciously chosen habits that manifest what you want in your life, and then there's habits out of incompletions, even just tendencies. They don't have to be habits. Even like when someone is criticizing me being messy, I blow up and I tell them like so many things. This is just an example. Like, when this aspect of myself is being criticized, then I get defensive. This kind. Let us now look in where incompletion is influencing us. If you have any questions about this process or incompletions, let us know in the chat. Any chat, either Zoom, YouTube, or Facebook, wherever you're tuning in from. Yes, Nithyananda, I hope all of you have completed writing down the incompletions that are influencing your day-to-day life. This is a very elaborate process, so we wanted to give the participants a little bit more time on this exercise. Please keep this paper for now, since we are going to continuously work with our incompletions throughout the day. So in order to manifest the 4 identities, how you want to manifest them, let's make sure we shine consciousness into our incompletions. With this, we are now going to conclude this internalization exercise and move on to the next session, which is going to be the next round of our power manifestation. Today, we are manifesting the power of thought current scanning. So let's get ready and manifest this power. So now we are going to manifest the level 4 of thought current scanning, which is power of mind reading the other person's personal problems and giving the solution. So for this, we request all participants to please connect to a partner, and you can even connect to another person here in the Zoom room. Ultimately, if you're not able to connect to any person, you can also scan me, the Acharya, for this round of the power manifestation. Let us all now settle down. And with the powerful cognition that we can consciously alter our inner software, we can reprogram, we can add and delete, install and uninstall our inner software to the point where we can just manifest our identity the way we want. With this powerful cognition, let us now call a family member or someone dear to you. And since this is like a deep exercise, since we are giving advice on personal solutions, let us connect to someone who is near and dear to us. Let's take just a few minutes to connect to them, explain to them that this is going to be a power manifestation. As you have been initiated into the power of third eye, you are manifesting the power of mind reading and giving a straight solution to a problem that they are facing. Tell them that it is not you who is giving this advice. It is a straight solution from the cosmic consciousness, from Paramashiva, who is, as you are initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you are granted access to Paramashiva directly. So as you sit in the space of oneness with Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya, being in the space of pure listening, where you are just sitting as Swamiji, literally, and you just reveal anything that is being revealed to you in your inner space. For the power manifestation, you have to make sure that you reveal anything which is being revealed to you. Don't hold anything back. Don't judge yourself. The third eye will exactly reveal what is the solution for this person. Even if it does sound weird to you, please inform the person to give them the breakthrough for their problem. Please connect to your near and dear ones with whom you want to manifest this power with. Make sure you sit in a comfortable cross-legged position. You can sit on the ground or on a chair. Optimally, you would sit in Padmasana on the floor. But if that is not possible to you, you can sit on a chair and connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji's smiling face in your inner space and connect from the space of oneness as we get ready to manifest this power of mind reading. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join your hands. Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes. Connect to Swamiji as we chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep vibrating with the Mahavakya. Settle in that space of oneness with Swamiji as we manifest this power.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಕಾಲಾತೀತ ಮಾಯಾತೀತ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಕಾಲಾತೀತ ಮಾಯಾತೀತ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಕಾಲಾತೀತ ಮಾಯಾತೀತ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಕಾಲಾತೀತ ಮಾಯಾತೀತ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಅರುಣಗಿರೀಶ್ವರ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಅರುಣಾಚಲೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಅರುಣಗಿರೀಶ್ವರ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಅರುಣಾಚಲೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪೀಡಾದಿಪುರೀಶ್ವರ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷ ಲೋಕನಾಯಕಿ ಪುತ್ರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ.
ब्रह्मज्ञानावलीमाला अहमव्ययः शुद्धचैतन्यरूपोऽहम् आत्मा दामोऽहमेव च अखण्डानन्दरूपोऽहम् अहमेवाहमव्ययः प्रत्यच्चैतन्यरूपोऽहम् शान्तोऽहम् प्रकृते परा शाश्वतानन्दरूपोऽहम् अहमेवाहमव्ययः तत्त्वातीतः परात्माहम् मद्यातीतः परः शिव मायातीतः परं ज्योतिः अहमेवाहमव्ययः नानारूपव्यतीतोऽहं चिदाकारोऽहमच्युतः सुखरूपस्वरूपोऽहम् अहमेवाहमव्ययः माया तत्कार्यदेहादि मम नास्त्येव सर्वदा स्वप्रकाशैकरूपोऽहम्
बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीत मायातीत लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीत मायातीत लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीत मायातीत लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीत मायातीत लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद अरुणगिरीश्वर आनंदेश्वर अरुणाचलेश्वर नित्यानंद अरुणगिरीश्वर आनंदेश्वर अरुणाचलेश्वर नित्यानंद बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडदिपुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद
Yes, with this we come to the conclusion of this round of the power manifestation. Please share the revelations here in the Zoom chat. If the person is okay with you sharing the revelations, at least you can share whether what you have revealed to the person has been recognized, as if the person resonated with what you shared. Let us know here in the chat as we get ready for the next session, the next jnana segment. We are continuing to learn about the science of completion. So let us now conclude the session as the next Acharya is ready to join soon. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. I'll welcome back all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants, and I'll be the Acharya for the next part of the Paramashivoham Level 2, as this is the glimpses of the Paramashivoham which is happening, where it is going to take place on the January 20th. I think there's 3 days to go. We prepare ourselves to receive Swamiji to our next breakthrough program, the Paramashivoham Level 2 program. But before that, let's have a recap of what did we learn in the previous session before we move on to the next. So we learned about the self-hatred, self-denial, the gap between the 4 images, and I think we went through the definition from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, speaking about what is incompletions and how to take control of your life if there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you. And we did that exercise as well. And of course, we manifested the powers. Now, we're going to move on to learn about science of completion, which is binding cognition versus liberating cognition. Is there a way to stop incompletion? Yes, the process is called completion. Completion is nothing but looking at the past with a new cognition. It may sound simple, but it is a deep, powerful, and has a strong scientific backing. To understand completion better, let's look at what cognitions can do. We all know that the way any situation occurs to us is completely determined by our previous knowledge, history, context, experience, and so on. In fact, we almost react in every fixed ways when it comes to reacting in certain situations. How often have we made the same mistakes over and over again? Look in and see. Who are you being in the present moment? Is it your life filled by the future into which you are living? Most of us are living in the present moment is not exactly filled perfectly. It's always by the future. For example, recollect the last day of the annual exams when you are in school. What was your mood on the day? You were so excited, happy, relaxed. Why? Because the future called 2 months holidays was impacting who you are being in the present moment on the last exam day. Let us take another example. An 8-year-old girl is in a history class. The teacher asked, who was the first Prime Minister of India? Our little girl jumps and raises her hand and replies, Mahatma Gandhi. The whole class bursts out in laughter.
how do you think she would respond to this reaction? What would she decide at that moment? Yes, she may feel embarrassed. She may decide never to raise her hand when a question is asked in a group. Where does that decision of her live in her future? She decides in future never to raise her hand and talk. So, the incompletion that happened to this child at the age of 8 will influence the way she behaves, takes decisions, and cognizes for the rest of her life. Let us take another example. So 20 years later, the girl who is now an adult is sitting in a team meeting at her workplace. The team is brainstorming about an issue and the manager is asking for suggestion. The girl has a very good ideas that can help and solve the problem, but because of her past experience and the embarrassing feeling she carries inside her, will not allow her to raise her hand and talk. She may whisper the idea to her colleague and ask the person to share with the group. Then what will happen? The colleague will get the credit and she will lose the visibility. To understand the effect of the past on cognition, let us take an example of the girl in our previous story itself. For her, every meeting may even feel like a high-risk life and death situation. For someone else who is in the same meeting who does not share her fear of public speaking, the situation can feel like an opportunity to make a great impression, influence on others, and can get the things done. It is as if these two people are living in two different worlds. The first girl's cognition has severely bounded her. She is unable to see any options in that situation. She only sees one way to act in that situation. It leaves her powerless. This is what Swamiji called as binding cognition. The opposite of a binding cognition is what is called as liberating cognition. A liberating cognition gives people options in any situation. It is a way of looking at the world that empowers people as opposed to making them powerless. Every situation has a liberating cognition. Let's have a small example again. Let's say a 60-year-old man was let go from a job that he held for 30 years. He could have seen it as a sorry end to career, like a binding cognition, or he could see it as an opportunity to do things he always wanted to do in his life. So the whole completion process, when we see reality as it is without the filter of binding cognition, then we are complete. Completion is nothing but coming to terms with reality. Anything between you and reality is what I call incompletion. Coping up face-to-face reality is completion. So let us bring powerfulness in you. Let reality not make you suffer or be powerless. Completion is done through a very powerful process called relive or relieve. When we intensely relive the situations where we faced an incompletion, the intense conscious focus will help us relive the incompletion. We have a Shastra Pramana where it tells, look at your past, disidentified. Let the attention be at a place where you are seeing some past happening and even your form having lost its present. Just be in that very form where you can transform yourself. Make your dead patterns irrelevant is what completion. This is the original text from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra and the translation where it tells our individual will is the same quality as the cosmic will. So I hope each of the participants were able to get along. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a moment. But before that, requesting each of the participants to please keep your cameras turned on. We're going to listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own satsang into words where he is going to speak on science of completion, where he will be explaining how to relive and relieve all the incidents in your life. Let's take a moment to watch and pen down all the powerful cognitions, and you can take a moment to share as well on the Zoom chat with Acharya or in the live comments. Let's listen now.
केलि विलास नित्या तांडव केलि विलास नित्या तांडव केलि विलास नित्या तांडव केलि विलास नित्या दिम दिम दिमि दिमि नटन नित्या दिम दिम दिमि दिमि नटन नित्या लीला मानुष वेश नित्या लीला मानुष वेश नित्या लीला मानुष वेश नित्या लीला मानुष वेश नित्या लिंगो
7 o'clock. Shall we start? If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Manhattan, I think Manhattan is not able to see. Los Angeles also is not able to hear me. Slovakia? Yes, great. El Paso, Texas. Charlotte? Yes. Toronto? Yes. Ohio? Great. Seattle? Great. Phoenix? Great. Springs, Texas? Great. All right. Now, first let us start today spending few minutes in the completion process. Listen. Completion is a technique, process. Only after you practice few times you will have a handle over it. You will be able to catch it. You will be able to get the knack of it. But the moment you get the knack, so much will be cleansed, cleaned, purified. It will be just unimaginable. It will be just unimaginable. So, let's start. Let us start. Please pick up the mirror. And sit straight. Please pick up your mirror. Sit straight. Center yourself on your eyes. Center yourself on your eyes. start reliving. Forget your present identity. Go back to the same past. When the root incidents started in your life, when the patterns started developing in your life, relive, relive, relive. Do completion sincerely, intensely. Relive with tremendous sincerity. My blessings. Let everyone achieve completion. Please settle down.
Dim dim dimi dimi natana nitya. 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 Taandava keli vilasa nitya. Taandava keli vilasa nitya. Taandava keli vilasa nitya.
Any questions you have about all the truths I have introduced in your life, like completion, incompletion, the inner image, outer image, life image, others image, anything, any question you have on these truths, how to apply them or anything, you can send your questions now. I'll answer your questions.
Dim dim dimi dimi natana nitya. Dim dim dimi dimi natana nitya. Taandava keli vilasa nitya. Taandava keli vilasa nitya. Linga Shiva, Atma Linga Shiva. Linga Shiva, Atma Linga Shiva. Linga Shiva.
Please go ahead. Whoever is in Biddi, you can come to the mic directly and ask your questions. I'll answer.
I wanted to know if the incompletions are only of this life, or can it be from other lives?
Actually, incompletions do come even from the past life. They do come even from past life. But through this completion process, you can even melt them and complete with them. It is possible.
So it's not necessary to remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes you may not remember the incident, only the incompletion. Even by reliving that, you can complete it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, even yesterday's questions we can read out, I'll answer.
We have a question from Isabel from Manhattan. How do we release the incompletions from our lives, causing all current blockages to dissipate?
First thing, releasing incompletions happen through so many ways. One, practicing completion every night before going to bed. Please understand. Before going to bed and immediately after waking up from the bed, whatever you do becomes part of your deeper consciousness, your biomemory. Before going to bed, before falling asleep, your biomemory and muscle memory is available for you to consciously program them. So if you practice completion at that time, whole night you will be releasing many of the incompletions. You will be completing many of the incompletions even in the dream. All the current blockages will dissipate. All the current blockages will dissipate. So please understand, practicing completion before going to bed is the most important thing.
The next question is from San Jose Gilberto. Dear Swamiji, what if when you're focusing on your particular incompletion, it brings up other incidents that happened at that particular time?
Yes. Even when other incidents come up, complete with them also. First finish completing with this incident, then one by one pick up the other incidents also and complete them.
The next question is from Artemis Eskos from Manhattan Center. Thank you for changing my life. Your volume on Bliss Bite changed my life in such a bright way. Today I'm asking for guidance in my music career. I need help starting off. I don't know why I make myself lazy. I don't know why I have been keeping myself back. I no longer want to feel like this. Please guide me and give me clarity as to what I need to do. Thank you for listening.
Yes. Artemis, first thing, the earlier failures develop as a kind of a fear pattern in you. Fear about life only causes laziness. Complete with some of the earlier failure patterns, past failure patterns. You will get out of this lazy pattern, my blessings. You will be successful. I am with you. Blessings.
The next question is also from Alfred from San Jose. In addition to my first question, I just want to add that I have had a hard time when I make a plan and it doesn't come to fruition. It causes a sense of anxiety and panic in me. Do you have any insight in order to complete?
Again, the whole thing is just incompletion. Pick up your root incidents when the incompletion started building in you and complete. If you can, better try to come to inner awakening so that you will be able to complete with all your root patterns. Inner awakening will just transform you and get you out of this problem. And don't think, oh, I have this obstruction, I don't have time, I don't have money. Just decide, I'll make it happen. You will have money, You will have time, everything will happen. Come to the next inner awakening, you will get out of this problem. I commit with you.
The next question is from Amrita from San Jose. Dear Swamiji, how do I remove guilt? How do I live free of obligations, especially with regard to the help that people offered me when I needed it? They made me feel ashamed of my vulnerability.
See, first thing, anybody helps, at that moment they open their heart. After that moment they may become closed, demanding, expecting and all that. But at that moment, when they make the decision to help, they are God. So all help comes only from God. After the help, they might have lost that Godhood. So you don't have to feel guilty for that. And I also wanted to add one more thing. Same way, you should be grateful to their God's side. And many times, because you don't want to be grateful, you don't want to be responding to them with a love, you create this mess. So be very clear. When somebody is supported, at that moment they are God, it means they have the God side in them. And decide to respect, revere the God side in them.
The next question we have from Brian from the Ohio Prayak Center. In my current relationship, my partner was unfaithful. I have tried to accept it and let it go because I care so much for her. Sometimes as we are enjoying time together, it comes to my mind and I get a sickness in my stomach. How did I attract unfaithfulness into my relationship when it was something I never expected? The other question is, how can I let it go once and for all so this doesn't come back up constantly and destroy my relationship going forward and make me have hatred towards her?
Brian, first thing, look in and complete the constant doubt you carry about you. You might have given kind of an insecurity to her without even being aware. So complete inside you the doubt you have about you. You will become authentic being. You will give her that feeling of authentic security. You will simply be able to let go this past and create the new future for you and for her. My blessings.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now, let's all move on to the internalization exercise. I hope each of the participants went through and understood the powerful cognitions in the session. If any of the participants wants to leave any of your comments, understanding, and what are the different revelations which you had, please be free as well to leave a message, leave a comment on the Zoom chat. So now, the completion technique which we all experience, the greatest gift from Paramashiva to all of us is the various ways to do completion. One of the ways is from the 94th verse, 22nd technique from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Mahadeva's, Paramashiva's definition of completion is just consciously feel within the mind stuff, which is called as chitta, the past memories of your incompletion, with its activities as mind, manas, thoughts, intellect, buddhi, mental cognitions, and ego, ahankara, root patterns are not existing in me. By contemplating this way in your very inner space, disidentifying or unclutching from the past impression of name and form and the memories of incompletions, put your active attention at the space of the past happening, relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletions. Then, the mind stuff having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognition is completed. Then, you will achieve the space of complete completion. So now pick up the incident you need to complete with, the incident where you develop the incompletion. Pick up that very incident. Sit with yourself, relive the whole incident in your inner space. Reliving is reliving. See as it was in the past, see yourself wearing the same dress, being the same age, being in the same form. Just go back to the same situation, same emotions, same intelligence, same intellect, same understanding, same experience, same dress, etc. Just become that. Just become a child again completely. If you're going to complete with an incident which happened at the age of 7 or 8, become that 7-year-old boy. Relive that same smell of that scene, same emotion, same experience. Relive that very situation exactly. Go through the very same experience. You may be crying, you may get tears, you may be having even anxiety attack, you may be having panic attack, you may shiver, tremble, you may be carrying so much of pain. It's okay. Go through all those emotions. Reliving, bring that very same emotion, bring that very same experience. Becoming that 7-year-old boy, for example. Drop this context and go there and relive as it is, as it happened. Don't retain any intelligence, memory, justification of any present one now. Maybe if you're a 35-year-old person, don't think that you are right now 35-year-old person. The intelligence, reasons, justifications you have, drop everything and go back. For example, 3-year-old child playing in the rain, remembering the incident mother cared for you so much, she took care of you. Reliving that incident. Relive without any justification. You should feel without justifying that your mother was taking care of your health. You should feel without justifying from this very context. Don't justify from the very present context as well. Go to that very bio-memory, that context, that situation, whatever you know at that time, whatever you recorded at that time, relive that. That is really what called reliving and relive. Allow whatever got built up during that incident, fear, guilt, shame, suffering, allow all that to unwind itself in your nervous system. And all those experiences and emotions unwind itself in your nervous system and get ease. Stress melts down, Every incident, the incompletions built during the incident become a stress in your nervous system, in your biomemory as well. When you relive that knots, that stress melts down. Now, step by step, please keep your eyes closed. Take a few moments to consciously forget your present context. Start reliving and reliving. Pick up the incidents one by one. Relive authentically, consciously. Forget the present context. Go back to the same age, body, mind, dress, situations, emotion, place, smell. Relive everything. Relive each incident at least 5 times. Don't be afraid. Just allow Paramashiva's Swamiji to flow through you. Relive intensely. Let's do this process now. Yes. So as we did the internalization exercise, I hope each of the participants have actually understood this entire internalization exercise and had a good time of reliving and reliving every incident, every incompletion. Understand all those fears, doubts, that incompletion, guilt, shyness, fame, everything, all those incompletions loses power over each one of you. So now let's take a moment to listen again from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's see what Swamiji wanted to share to all of us in the next segment.
When you were a child, you thought many things are too important for your life, and if you lose your bicycle, you may never be able to survive in the world. You might have thought, if you lose some of your toys, your whole world will be destroyed. If you lose some of your near and dear ones, you would have felt your life is gone. But when you grow, realize nothing can be taken away from you. Understand, realizing the matured cosmological truths, multi-dimensional logic makes you matured being. I am here to make your being as my being. Maturity of your consciousness will be the side effect of my being manifesting in your being. Listen to these few powerful truths. Binary logic, delusion, the mind you are carrying, gifted by your society, makes you feel you and me are different, separate. You and others are separate and different. Somebody is against you and you are against somebody. All these are delusion. The me in this body, me in your body, the me in all the existing beings is one and the same. The me in this body is manifesting, now initiating the me in your body. Whatever you feel as me, as you in you, will now start manifesting what I feel as me in me. You will understand in the telescopic or microscopic experience, microcosmic and macrocosmic experience of oneness and infinity is one and the same. Listen, listen, listen. In the microscopic level, microcosmic level, you and me are in oneness. In the macrocosmic level, telescopic level, you and me are infinity. Infinity of the ultimate oneness of the source is one and same. All fears are useless. All fears have no value. Pure greed without giving place for fears is okay. It's expansion. Pure greed without giving any respect or place for fear is okay. because it is expansion. By very nature, by my very existence, I go on expanding. Decision to expand, will to expand, manifesting as pure greed without fear is verily myself manifesting in you. Fear and greed as to exist together is stupid binary logic. It's a false lesson taught to you by society's mind. Societal mind, false logic, binary logic, your root pattern, powerlessness, incompletions, all are one and the same. No one can steal anything from you. No one can violate you. Listen to this. This is the way you are hardwired. Your bioenergy is hardwired. Your DNA is programmed with cosmic truths which I am talking now. Every word I am uttering is reverberating in your DNA. I am not talking to your societal mind. I am talking to your DNA. And I am directly making your DNA manifest these cosmic truths. Whatever I am talking is the existence and truth of the cosmos. I am revealing the truths as it is from the cosmos and cosmic archives, Akashic records. From the cosmic archives, I am revealing the truths as it is. Your DNA carries the whole cosmic records in a microchip form. The whole cosmic record, whole cosmic knowledge, the whole cosmic memory, the whole cosmic programming, the law, software, programming with which the whole cosmos is functioning, the same program is in your DNA. Now I am just awakening it. I am rebooting and cleansing all the viruses, delusions, unnecessary confusions and localized ideas, and awakening the cosmic truths in your DNA, in your very bioenergy. Allowing incompletions to exist is literally declaring you yourself don't want your life in your control. Please understand. Allowing incompletions to exist in you is you declaring that you do not want your life under your control. You say, no, let life happen, whatever. I can't take the responsibility. I can't keep it under my control. No. Listen. Please listen. The utter irresponsibility. Utter irresponsibility. The power of incompletion is such, it dilutes you so much. You literally believe you really can't contain your own life or contain yourself. See, just because you are temporarily upset, you go on taking the decisions which permanently damages you. That is the most difficult part of life. Please understand. Just because you are temporarily upset, you go on making the decisions which permanently damages you, and the incompletions are such will never let you grow. It's like somebody was asked, what is your age? He said 22. The person who asked the question asked, what? Last 5 years you are telling the same thing? This fellow said, yes, I don't change my words. Many times, not changing your words are like not growing. Not changing your cognition means not growing. Listen. Not changing your cognition means not growing. It is so unfortunate. It is really, really unfortunate that you feel incompletions are really, really true. The problem is when the delusion happens, when the incompletion attacks you, when the panic attack happens, you really feel incompletions are true. That is the problem. When the dust storm, sandstorm happens, you really feel you can't do anything. You are paralyzed. You are crippled. Temporarily, but you feel that is eternal. Please understand. Suffering, the quality of suffering is, even if it is temporary, it will give you the experience that is going to be there on you eternally. You won't find the end of the tunnel. You won't find the other side of the tunnel. You will feel, oh, it is going somewhere and gone. Same way the bliss. When you experience it completely, without self-doubt, will this bliss be with me or go away? That gives you the experience. It will be with you forever, eternally. Understand? Anything you experience at this moment intensely gives you the experience of eternity. Understand? So many qualities attributed to Ganesha are qualities of completion. These incompletions, they just totally imbalance you. Constantly decide you will be in the space of completion. Completion means completion. No question of powerlessness. No question of powerlessness. Everything you do, everything you do should be from powerfulness. When you experience it completely, without self-doubt, will this bliss be with me or go away? That gives you the experience. It will be with you forever, eternally. Understand? Anything you experience at this moment intensely gives you the experience of eternity. Understand so many qualities attributed to Ganesha are qualities of completion. These incompletions, they just totally imbalance you. Constantly decide you will be in the space of completion. Completion means completion. No question of powerlessness. No question of powerlessness. Everything you do, everything you do should be from powerfulness. Ramakrishna used to give a beautiful example. A frog which got 1 rupee coin newly wanted to check the power of the money it got. So the elephant was going outside his hole, the frog hole. The frog came out of the house, came out of that frog hole and standing, waving that 1 rupee coin towards the elephant and saying, "Hey, now I become so rich. You are crossing a rich man's house without saluting the rich man?" Will that elephant care for anything? He may not even hear the shouting of frog. Even if he hears, he will say, "Hey, keep quiet." And he will walk. Exactly same way. If you treat your patterns, you will manifest powers. Let's first work on psychologically conquering psychological time. I'll repeat what you have to write. The strong thought currents, powerlessness, incompletions from the past, which is influencing and driving you into your future. Those powerlessness moments, why you decided to become wealthy, why you decided to become powerful. If it is out of passion, great, no problem. If there is some powerlessness, some incident, incompletion is influencing you, pen down that. Let's catch the influence of the past on your thinking system. 94th verse, 22nd technique from Shivanyana Upanishad, which is part of Shivagama. Chittat yantaha kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. I'll translate and give you the precise method. The essence of this verse is reliving is relieving. Means the past powerlessness which is influencing your thinking, relive those incidents, not remembering. Please understand, there is a big difference between remembering and reliving. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8, 9, which is still influencing your thinking. I have seen people getting influenced by something happened when they were 3, 4 and all. They are 57. Something happened at 7 influences them. One man came to me and said, I never go to beach, Swamiji. Even if I drive through the beach roads, I shiver, sweat. I have a panic attack. I asked why. No, at the age of 7, I went for a walk with my father. I saw murder happening in a beach and we ran away from that spot. From that spot till I can't, now I am 57, I can't go to beach. 40 years, the pattern with which he is suffering. Sometimes the past influences you so much. See, carefully listen. You are now 57, something happened at the age of 7. If you remain as 57 and visualize what happened at that age of 7, that is called remembering. Reliving means forget your present identity. Just dump it, throw it. Become that person. At the age of 7, what intelligence you had, how you were, visualize and become that person. Enter into that person's physiological, psychological frame. Take few minutes and meditate on that person. Become that person. Then relive. When you relive, all the powerlessness accumulated in your nervous system during that incident, it may be emotional suppression or the identity crisis, various guilt, pain, suffering, it will all just break, collapse and leave your system. Your system will be clean. System will be cleansed. When the effect of your past is reduced on your existence, you will not reproduce it as it is or in an altered way on your future. Neither reproducing as it is nor reproducing in altered way is liberation. You may ask, then I will not do anything in the future? No, you will do a lot. But not as an altered expression of the past, but liberated expression from the past. The liberated expression means even if you make money, you will do it just to enjoy, celebrate. But if you are making money because you have been teased as a poor, because you have been challenged as a poor, because you have an identity crisis as a poor, even if you become rich, you will continue to suffer. I have seen many moneyed poor people. Understand, paradoxical word. Moneyed poor people. Poor are those who have only money. Uneducated are those who are educated only in schools, especially modern Indian schools. I have to put this on record. Any of you think I'm little intelligent? I tell you, I never went to school properly. And any of you want to become intelligent? I give you this as my first instruction. Remembering is different, reliving is different. In remembering, you will justify, analyze, criticize, judge, hate, deny. In reliving, nothing of that exists. Just become that person. Pick up one incident which you want to complete. Become that person. Forget your present identity. Relive at least 3-4 times. Then pick up the second incident. Become that person. Relive at least 3-4 times. And I tell you, this one technique, it can give you as simple as freedom from headache to as complicated as freedom from this whole samsara. From today, we will start moving towards completion. The first step you should take, listen. Now you wrote all the incompletions. It can be as less as 25, 30 or as huge as 1000, 2000. Now decide, from this moment, these completions will not have power over your decision or cognition. Listen. Understand the meaning of this word. Even till you complete, these incompletions cannot have power over your cognition, your decision making. You can sit and complete all this day by day, one by one. See, it's like elephants. I have seen the temple elephants eating. They will catch hold of a huge bunch of sugar cans. They will eat those sugar cans one by one or 2, 3. But till they complete eating, till they eat also, they will not allow anybody else to come and touch that sugar cans. Once they declare it is theirs, it is theirs. They may be slowly eating or not eating. They may eat even tomorrow, day after tomorrow, but no one can touch it. Same way, you may complete tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but those incompletions cannot have power over you. Be very clear. Declare completion. Now, you know all this is incompletions. Understand? Completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion works more with your conscious decision. Completion is more a conscious decision, less a technique. Pranayama, yoga, all of them are more a technique, less a conscious decision. Completion, more a conscious decision, less technique. Means your decision plays a major role in completing. Then actual technique. If you just decide, now you are complete, over. I never did in my life sitting and reliving, going through or looking at that mirror 24 hours. I never did all these things. Simply my masters showed me, hey, this is incompletion. Drop it, over. So it is your decision that plays major role. See, this penning down is like an identification. Now what you pen down, even if it is 25 pages, you should paste it next to your bed. And every day, for next few days, you should read that and tell yourself, I am complete with all this. After a few days, you will be bored to read them because they have no more power over you. Then you can tear them and put it in the dustbin. You should feel bored to read your incompletions. Then you are complete.
Yes. So now as we finish the internalization process, I hope each of the participants actually had a time to do the internalization process as well, where we read the first incident and we locked both of our eyes reflected in the mirror. We started reliving, visualizing the whole incident, trying to see the whole incident, the root incident where you develop the root pattern. See the incident in the mirror and visualize, go on visualizing, and we did the reliving at least 5 times. Reliving with a tremendous sincerity from the context of completing, not brooding over, and then moving on with the next incident. So this is just a glimpse, just maybe we did for 10 minutes, but we are supposed to do for at least half an hour, sitting and practicing the space and technique of completion. So in the next process, we're going to listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Swamiji actually tells, taste the joy of completion. How to taste the joy of completion? Just by sitting and remembering Paramashiva, remembering Swamiji, just chanting Mahavakya, seeing what is happening. How to the taste with that very joy of completion without doing anything. So let's take a moment now. We're going to listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this very subject, where he's going to speak on how to taste the joy of completion.
Understand? All sattvic bliss is your right, is your birthright, and you guys are Shaivites. Shaivite means joyful guys. We are Shaivites, we are joyful people. I tell you, joy destroys cunningness. Joy destroys this crooked thinking. Joy destroys lack of integrity. Joy gives you larger vision. Sadashiva himself, I tell you guys, when he lands in you, he will create an intense joy in your system. That is the way he will land. He is Lord of Ananda. I wanted to explain from the angle of the spiritual alchemy process about the reason for the Sattvika Ananda. Understand? Do not allow your physiology or psychology to enjoy any joy which comes by torturing anybody. Don't allow. Then you lose your Shaivatva. No. You lose your Shivattvamasi. No, don't allow. Never allow any joy which comes by suffering of the other person, torture of the other person. No. Then your brain loses its capacity to hold Sadashiva in you. And always encourage, grow the Sattvika Anandas. Don't be shy to grow the Sattvika Ananda. Do not be shy to grow the bliss of Sattvika, means non-violent joys, should be grown so much into the system. I tell you, more and more dosage of non-violent bliss develops larger and larger vision of life. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up, which is the energy of Rudra. Understand? Listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Precisely. The Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the Pitta layer in the brain, means the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reason. So actually, when the Pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing, the Pitta layer spreading. Listen, this Sattvika Ananda first thing cleans up that subtle layer of Pitta, that is one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. Sattvika Ananda awakens that Rudra energy in you intensely, I tell you. At any cost, whatever you have to give up to live with the happy people, sattvically happy people, just go and be with them. That is satsanga. And plan sincerely to make that same kind of a Sattvika Ananda in your home and workplace. Where you are working, in your home, both places. A very simple thing. A non-violent joy will actually make your workplace productive. It will become productive. I am telling you, even in my Sangha, only the people who are joyful are productive. Everyone else is a load. It's a load only. Happy people, sattvically happy people, just go and be with them. That is satsanga. And plan sincerely to make that same kind of a Sattvika Ananda in your home and workplace. Where you are working, in your home, both places. A very simple thing. A non-violent joy will actually make your workplace productive. It will become productive. I am telling you, even in my Sangha, only the people who are joyful are productive. Everyone else is a load. It's a load only. I have many pillars, supporting pillars and hanging pillars. No, joyful people are all supporting pillars. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated, have a passion for Sattvik Ananda, have romance with Sattvik Ananda. The non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it is joy for you. Grow more and more of Satvika Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Satvika Ananda in your system, you will become efficient, you will become integrated, you will be just glowing, you will be completely healthy. The Rudra energy in you will be so alive. You will be young forever. It's an amazing beauty technique. Now women don't need any other convincing reason or the context to practice. Done. Only for men I have to give the remaining reasons. The moment I know the way the body of the kids move, see when they jump, dance, the way the body moves itself, I know, yes, this kid has come to integrity. He has lost all the cunningness. He is no more cunning. Or the joy, when the joy can become a lubrication for all the body joints and move, you can't retain cunningness anymore in your system. You just have to be, see, joy always makes you integrated. For example, if there is high water level in Ganga, you don't have to worry about the stones in the bed, river bed. You can just go in the boat or ship or whatever. If the water level is low, you need to worry about the stones and everything. The river bed, boat cannot travel comfortably. Same way, in high joy only integrity boat can travel in your life. Immediately the moment he said, I just saw who are those kids? Yes. And I know because I am seeing them here, morning and night. And I know what is the space they will go and sleep if they jump and breathe my breathing space for such long time. I tell you, joy, Satvika Ananda makes you a Shaivite. So much of Satvika Ananda, biomemory will get into your system. It will help you in every process so powerfully. See, especially when you jump and all, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. Every pore of your body, the bliss is inhaled. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Of course, doing puja is surely Satvika Ananda, but you don't use the whole body to do puja. But with these kirtans, it's like a whole body is used. The way your body flows with that, I can tell you, the level of integrity you have and the efficiency or the vision about life. All the sad people are cunning fellows. Never believe sad people. Never believe sad people. Never believe their words. Never have them as your business partner or life partner. They can suck your life and destroy your life. If you can make them sattvically blissful, do it. If not, at least save yourself. Get rid of them. I am telling you. Because sad people can talk about integrity but never be integrated. They will only be cunningly strategizing. Like that only, if the sad fellow, even if he is integrated, he is waiting to ditch you in some bigger deal. He is having his knife behind the back. Never ever believe sad people and get into any venture. That is like a getting onto the mud horse and entering into Ganga. Never. Whether life partner or business partner, joyful people will never cheat you. Even if they shout at you, it will be straightforward. There will not be second layer. There will not be third layer. Never believe sad people, even if they show very humble, polite, very good, decent, civilized manner of behavior. A raw, joyful person is 1,000 times trustworthy than the sad, civilized, decent, presentable. No. Sad fellows are dangerous fellows because in their very pitta layer on the brain, they believe all the fears are part of their life. When somebody is frightened, he is the most dangerous fellow. He will be all the time in the mood of attacking. I tell you. Keep sattvic bliss as your lifestyle and defend it. Defend it, and you have a right to defend it. Don't allow the stupid society to interfere in your sattvic bliss. You are not violating into anybody's space and being joyful. You are joyful just because I am here and my joy, sharing it. And nobody has a right to interfere and intimidate our joy. If they intimidate, they give us the right to retaliate. I tell you, make sattvic joy as your lifestyle and stand for it strongly.
Yes. So let's have a recap before we move on to the next session. So what did we learn today and what did we understand? We went through the science of completion. We did the mirror completion technique as well. We went through the process where we relived the incidents multiple times and see the completion actually stays in each one of us. And then we went through the powerful cognition session where we understood the taste of the joy is directly coming from the space of completion itself. And again, we practice the method of reliving each incident. And then we learned on the Sattvic Ananda through the Nitya Kirtans. I hope that was very beautiful satsang. We heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly. And we had multiple internalization exercises again to relive ourselves. We had, I think, so multiple different sessions to relive ourselves at that most power manifestation as well. So now in the next session, we're going to have the next Acharya joining us, where we want to learn on how to create an authentic identity and how that is very important for us. When we create an authentic identity, how can we keep that responsible for ourselves? In the meantime, let's take a moment to share our experience on the social media. If any one of the participants want to share anything, you can please go ahead and share as well your answers, your powerful cognition which you got in this entire session of mirroring completion technique and reliving all these pain patterns and incidents and the completion process we had today. So let's all take a moment to share our experience. As we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda. Welcome back for yet another beautiful session of this glimpses to Paramashivoham session. So in this session, we are going to be learning about how to create an authentic identity. Understanding of the genesis of identity and completion with it just liberates you. So until now, whatever you have written so far is what you have currently. So let's do a small exercise before we get into the deeper insights of this jnana session. So now you're going to be penning down your images of you, the inner image, outer image, and the life image. Out in all of these four, what is your best inner image? What is your best outer image? What is your best others image? What is your best life image? For an example of your best outer image, maybe like you may think you are a good sports player. You play sports very well, and in that you have your best outer image. So like this, for all your four images, pen down which is the best image you have. Because when we understand this and when we do these exercise, this helps us to understand and create our authentic. We are having some technical issues. We are fixing it. As now you can start penning them down. Yes. So relax. So now we'll get into let's understand what we just did. So now you're rewriting your future. So what you are writing now, this will be your future. You are literally rewriting your whole future. You're not going to do it alone. Write with confidence of having the avatar as your co-creator and pen down. Only then Swamiji can help you find the incompletions you want to complete with. Only when you complete, the creation can happen. So now we'll be getting into the next step of this exercise. So now write down the 4 best images you want to have. So now we just wrote about what is the best identity we have. Now let's write what is the best identity you want to have. For an example, you want to be a champion in a game which if in the other one you might have written that you are very good at playing it. Now you want to become a champion, you want to become a gold medalist in that game. So this is like the best identity you want to have. This is just a small example. It can be whatever you want. The best inner image, outer image, others image, and the life image you want. So pen it down elaborately, because this is the time you are really recreating your whole future. So now pen down the best inner images you want to have. Yes, let us now get into the exercise. Yes. So now that you have penned down what is the best inner image you want to have, let us do the manana, the internalization. So now read what you have written so far. How many of you have found out the gap between the four current images, the four best images you wrote in the first, and your four best images you want to create? So when you do this manana, you will be able to see this gap between the four images which you currently have, and then the four images you want to have. So please take some time and internalize whatever you have written so far in this session. Just look at it, you will see there will be gap between both of it. Please take some time and internalize whatever you have written. Yes. So now that you understand, now that you have seen, you would have been able to see a gap between the identity which you have and the identity which you want to have. So now we'll be watching a beautiful clip from Swamiji, where Swamiji explains about the genesis of identity. So now get into the deep space of listening as we watch this beautiful clip where Swamiji explains in detail and in depth.
Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I am going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I am introducing you to you. I am trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you, inside you, is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. what you think as, what you feel as you, and what you speak as you. This gap, the gap between your mouth and the heart, that is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting, all the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others' image, and life image. From my own experience, listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space, That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship. Peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image. The image I have about life and others. The whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others image. Come on. First, let's spend little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity. Now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience, listen carefully, how many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. If there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, I can do it. And boss is convinced and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen. When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough, I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand. Let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this, source of this, and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more, you should be more listening, you should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete, they should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete and they don't understand anything, they should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete, you should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you, this gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless, you don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Like ADHD for kids, SDHD for grown-up kids. SDHD patterns. I wanted all of you to spend little time now and understand the self-doubts you have and the incidents when it started in you. Self-hatred you have and incidents when it started in you. Self-denial patterns you have and incidents when it started in you. Start. SDHD. Start penning down. We internalized about the inner image we have, outer image we have, life image we have, others image we have, which is very inauthentic. That is why you have so much of SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Let us contemplate the inner image you want to have and pen down. The outer image you want to have and pen down. Others image you want to have and pen down. Life image you want to have and pen down. Please listen. What you have is inauthentic. What you want to have, if you pen down, you will see authenticity there. I'll explain after you write what you want to have, how to have what you want to have. First, think through and pen down what you want to have. The best inner image you want to have, best outer image you want to have, best others image you want to have, best life image you want to have. Please pen down. Please pen down. Now please listen. After all this internalisis, you will now know very clearly what are the patterns which is stopping you becoming what you want to be. Means the gap between your inauthentic image and authentic image. For example, your authentic image, you may want to get up every day early morning, 5 o'clock and do yoga. But your inauthentic image, early morning when 5 o'clock alarm bell rings, no, you don't want to get up, tired, feeling sleepy. Then what is it stopping you becoming authentic? Your tiredness, boredom. When you started developing this, your tiredness and boredom is the incompletion. When you started developing it, find the incidents. Same way, in your authentic image, you want to be just fearless. Want to go for a beautiful night walk in the moonlight, in full moon day, in the forest. But the inauthenticity creates fear. Fear of animals, ghosts, and what not. So what is it that stops you living your authenticity? The fear pattern. So pen down your incompletion, and when those fears started in you. How many of you understand what I am saying? Please raise your hand. So understand, all the incompletion patterns which stops you living your authentic image. What stops you living your authentic inner image, outer image, others image, life image? The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future is incompletion. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future is incompletion. So understand, think and look in, pen down at least 11 incompletions. You must be having 11,000, that's different. At least 11, pen down. The 11 incompletions stopping you becoming authentic. And the incidents when those incompletions started in you, as early as you remember, pen them down. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Yes. So we saw a beautiful clip where Swamiji explained about the genesis of identity. So now let's have a small quiz. So what creates the gap between our current 4 images and the best 4 images? So you're only defining your best 4 images. It is not that your parents or your spouse or your friends is deciding the 4 images. Is it agreed? Who all agrees to it? You can just put it in the chat. Again, let me read out. You are defining your best 4 images. It is not that your parents or your spouse, your friends are deciding it. It is that you are deciding it. You are deciding the 4 images. Is it agreed? You can put it in the YouTube chat or in the Zoom chat. Yes. Same way, what is the way you want to be? Then why you are not like that? Do you like the paradox here? Why are you not able to do or live like the way you want to live? Whatever is stopping you from achieving your authentic 4 images is an incompletion. What is incompletion? Past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangover, residues sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live the future. If your expectations are not met by you or by others, they remain as an incompletion in you. Incompletion is nothing that incompletion is anything that leaves you with an experience of low energy, low emotions, a feeling of unfulfilledness. So let us now do a small exercise, creating an authentic identity. So the inner space, the inner image, outer image, others image, and the life image you have now currently is inauthentic. And the inner image, outer image, others image, and the life image you want to have is the authentic identity. So now, first is pen down all the incompletion that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. For an example, if you want to become a champion in a sport game, in keep it as a basketball. So if you want to become a champion in it, what do you think is lacking in you? What do you feel that is stopping you from it? So identify and pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. And then for each of the incompletion, find out and pen down the incident when the incompletion started in you. Again, for each of the incidents, for each of the incompletions, find out and pen down the incident when this incompletion started happening in you. For an example, when you told your friend about you want to become a champion in basketball, he might have teased you that you can't do it. You're not fit for it. That might have been an incompletion which is in you, which makes you not be a champion. So that is the incompletion which is stopping. So now please take some time and pen all of this down. Yes, so now let us enter into this kriya, into this process.